Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Feliz miércoles. Feliz día de la Reserva Federal. Por supuesto que tenemos anuncio del tío Jerome Powell. Bienvenidos al casino del tío Salo. Ya saben, ahorita vamos a analizar absolutamente todas las tablas, pero como siempre, antes vengo a platicar con ustedes de varias cosas. Yo creo que lo más importante es simplemente lo de la Reserva Federal. Pero antes de eso, tengo que decirles, vean, ya se me están quitando las bolsas debajo de los ojos. ¿Y saben qué ocasiona eso? Azúcar. ¿Saben qué se convierte en azúcar? Todos los carbohidratos. Ahora que los he eliminado y estoy una vez más en mi dieta fantástica, la cara se me está haciendo flaca una vez más, mis ojitos están regresando a la normalidad, todo divino. Así que si padecen de esto y no entienden por qué tienen los ojos hinchados en la parte de abajo, es literalmente como comes. Nada más, mis estimados. Pero pues bienvenidos, vamos a platicar ahorita de la Reserva Federal. Como todos ustedes saben, este es uno de mis días menos favoritos de todo el año. Y no solamente hoy, es cada una de estas juntas. Al principio funcionaba muy bien y nos ayudaba muchísimo a entender a dónde querían ir con política monetaria cuando eran menos populares. Y una vez que, no sé si se han dado cuenta, ¿dónde quiero empezar con esto? Voy a empezar con esto. La Reserva Federal tiene, para todos los que no sepan, ¿no? Si son nuevos, están entrando por primera vez y no tienen ni puta idea de lo que están hablando todo el mundo acá en la Reserva Federal, aunque yo sé que hay muchísima gente que es súper experta en todo, que instantáneamente, más rápido que la inteligencia artificial, está absorbiendo toda esa información, como por ejemplo todos los expertos el día de hoy en la guerra de Pakistán contra India. Buenísimo. Qué feliz me hace ver a todos los seres humanos poder aprender más rápido que la inteligencia artificial con menos información y poder dar opiniones tan acertadas como todas las que estamos dando y escuchando en todos lados. Pero antes de todo eso, por si tú no eres una de esas computadoras de inteligencia artificial humana, ahí te va sencillo. La Reserva Federal es un cuerpo que se supone que es independiente del gobierno, que absolutamente no lo es. Quien te diga que lo es vive en un mundo de fantasía, chocolates, dinosaurios y crema de maní lloviendo. Eso es donde viven. La Reserva Federal completamente está amarrada al gobierno de Estados Unidos. No nada más eso, está viendo sobre los intereses de los bancos más grandes de Estados Unidos, y los bancos más grandes de Estados Unidos son efectivamente los shareholders, los socios, los que tienen la mayor voz en la Reserva Federal. En su propio sitio web lo dice. Mucha gente eh, estos días, o no estos días, esto es bastante obvio, mucha gente solamente se cree todo lo que le dicen. En vez de ver lo que está pasando, se creen lo que me van a decir. La Reserva Federal es uno de esos excelentes lugares y este tipo de juntas que tienen para poder decirle a la gente lo que quieren que escuchen, para que la gente crea que lo que les están diciendo es lo que va a pasar y puedan tomar ventaja todos los posicionados del otro lado, que son los jefes de la Reserva Federal, que son básicamente todos los bancos de inversión grandes, los bancos normales, etcétera. JP Morgan Chase es el socio más grande, por lo que Jamie Dimon es básicamente la Reserva Federal diciéndole qué hacer a la Reserva Federal. Entonces, la Reserva Federal tiene varios trabajos. Estabilidad de precios, han fallado tremendamente en eso, y mantener el empleo a tope. Lo han logrado, pero solamente manipulando los números, por supuesto. Es lo que le venden a todo el mundo, ¿no? Que todo el empleo en Estados Unidos está de huevos. Sí, estamos contando a todas las personas que tienen 3 trabajos como 3 diferentes empleos creados y como si fueran 3 diferentes personas en vez de una sola persona que no le alcanza para comer y por ende tiene que tener 3 trabajos, pero es lo que hacemos en Estados Unidos. Vale, con eso dicho y hecho, han fallado en absolutamente todo. La Reserva Federal está ahí solamente para el show, como se los digo una vez más, y el día de hoy tenemos la pregunta: ¿van a subir tipos? ¿Van a bajar tipos? ¿Qué va a pasar con todas estas cosas? Bastante sencillo, honestamente. Los mercados están apostando a que no va a haber nada de movimiento, de que se va a quedar todas las tasas igual, que nos va a dar el mismo speech, que vamos a ver los datos. Y ahora, algo muy interesante para todos los que están aprendiendo apenas y empezando a ver estas cosas, es la Reserva Federal fue la que nos metió en el problema de inflación. Si buscas 2019 Federal Reserve Inflation Target, ellos en el 2019, antes de que pasara lo que nadie vio venir en el 2020, en el 2019 la Reserva Federal quería crear inflación en la economía. ¿Por qué? Porque querían crear inflación en la economía. Y todo el mundo dijo, sí, pero tristemente a todo el mundo se le olvidó que dijeron eso en el 2020 cuando entró lo que pasó. Y después de eso, lo que hizo la Reserva Federal fue bajar los tipos, dar dinero a todo el mundo, y todo el mundo está confundido en este momento con esos datos. ¿Y a qué me refiero con esto? Todo el mundo cree que la inflación viene porque bajaron los tipos. Entonces todo el mundo está esperando a que bajen los tipos y la inflación va a subir. Pero la realidad es que la inflación pegó como pegó porque mandaron cientos de millones de cheques de $1,200 dos o tres veces a toda la ciudadanía, y lo que mucha gente se pasa por acá, por acá, por acá, por los huevos, es a casi todos los dueños de casi todos los negocios en Estados Unidos les regalaron 3 meses de operaciones. Y hay gente que hasta obviamente se suscribió a ganar mucho más, y ahora el gobierno está yendo sobre todos esos fraudes. Probablemente no van a agarrar a todos, pero una buena parte de ellos definitivamente lo están haciendo. Pero lo que causó todo ese dinero fue el exceso de capital que existió y que cayó en pocas manos. Eso fue lo que fue repartido y le llegó a todo el mundo en realidad. Todo lo demás han sido tactiquitas pendejas. Entonces, ¿por qué les digo esto? Porque todo el mundo está esperando que va a haber inflación cuando bajen tipos. No va a pasar. A menos de que empiecen a regalar dinero una vez más directamente. Y las cantidades, estamos hablando de empresas recibieron entre, no sé, $30,000, $50,000, $100,000, $10 millones, o sea, y a todas las empresas les mandaron esos cheques. Entonces, no es lo mismo. A todo el mundo lo tienen engañado con eso. También la otra cosa es que la Reserva Federal estaba muy preocupada por la inflación que ellos mismos causaron al regalar todo este dinero, entendiendo que si haces más dinero vas a crear inflación, y ese es un principio básico económico, ¿no? Es un principio básico en el mundo. Si tengo más productos de algo, valen menos. No tienes que ser un genio para entender eso. Lo mismo pasa con el dinero. La Reserva Federal, quien nos metió en el problema de inflación, al crear todas estas políticas, al mandar todo este dinero junto con el gobierno de Estados Unidos de la manita, recuerden, no solamente es uno o el otro, son los dos de la manita, pasándosela muy bien, haciendo todas estas mamadas juntas, y en el parque de las mamadas. Entonces, en lo que todos estos tíos están haciendo todas estas mamadas, donde están diciéndote que lo están haciendo por el bien de Estados Unidos, ¿qué crean? El objetivo del 2019, inflación. Y lo mejor de todo esto es que en lo que está subiendo la inflación, le dicen a todo el mundo, no, 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 no te preocupes, esto es transitorio. Y todo el mundo dice, okay, va, perfecto, qué chido. Ok, bueno, la Reserva Federal, Jerome Powell, que nunca me mentiría, un oficial de gobierno para nada, él quiere que me vaya mucho mejor que a todo el mundo en el casino. Por supuesto, es como cuando vas a un casino, quieren que ganes, la casa quiere que ganes, absolutamente, y quien piensa así está completamente podrido de la cabeza y jodido, tíos. Por favor, por el amor de Dios. No podemos pensar, 8 de la mañana, Putin ataca Pakistán, India, el conflicto sobre la mesa. Perdón, tenía que... Bueno, la Reserva Federal llega, crea su objetivo, crea la inflación, le dice a todo el mundo, no se preocupe, no va a haber inflación, y bolas, güey. Estamos en un mundo de inflación. Impresionante. Es literalmente increíble. Y ahora la Reserva Federal, que por 2 años, después de que crea un problema de inflación obvio, lo lleva poco a poco y admite después de esos 2 años, ok, esta inflación tenemos que hacer algo, tenemos que subir los tipos, ok. Después de 2 años, esa Reserva Federal hoy te está diciendo, y chequen lo que va a decir Jerome Powell, esto va a pasar a las 11:30 de la mañana, hora de Los Ángeles, esto pasa 2:30 de la mañana, hora de Nueva York, de Cancún, etcétera, para que lo tengan en mente. Y cuando venga Jerome Powell, nos va a decir efectivamente que está preocupado por la inflación que puede venir por los aranceles de Trump. ¡Ay, Dios mío! ¿Qué vamos a hacer? No puedes que no puedes manufacturar estas cosas, de verdad, y que toda la gente esté sentada con su trajecito, ¿no? Haciendo sus videos, hablando de esto como si fuera en serio. Es una locura, una absoluta locura. ¿Cuál es el objetivo de la Reserva Federal, al igual que el gobierno de Estados Unidos? Simplemente llevarse todo el dinero de todo el mundo. Eso es todo. Creas inflación para robarle dinero a la gente, y en vez de robarles dinero de su cuenta de banco, lo quitas en valor, y la gente se lo pasa por los huevos porque aparentemente ese tipo de robo no les afecta. Sí, voy todos los días y todo sale más caro y no me alcanza para nada y tengo que tener más trabajos, pero esto es un accidente. Si la Reserva Federal cometiera todos los accidentes que comete todo el tiempo. Ustedes emplearían a alguien, imagínate que tu contador cada año te cueste millones de dólares en malas cuentas que mandó al Hacienda, al IRS, a quien sea. Cada año, millones de dólares perdidos porque la cagó en todo. ¿Cuántos años dura el contador? ¿Por qué la Reserva Federal en Estados Unidos lleva todo este tiempo equivocándose? Por el puto amor de Dios. Por el amor de Dios, cabrones. Entonces, es básicamente todo lo que estamos viendo. Yo no me preocuparía mucho de lo que va a pasar hoy. Es un no evento, aunque tengo que decirle esto a toda la gente que está tradeando. Hoy va a ser un día suicida. Suicida. ¿Por qué? No se trata tanto de que no viene un cambio en los intereses. Se trata más de lo que va a decir Jerome Powell y lo que todo el mundo cree que está intentando decir. Lo que está intentando decir Jerome Powell es esto: no vamos a hacer nada hasta que la economía valga verga, los precios empiecen a bajar y ahí vamos a meter las manos. Esa es la verdad de esto. Quien crea lo contrario está en un mundo perdido. Quien crea que Jerome Powell de verdad está preocupado por la inflación cuando la creó y la dejó correr por 2 años para asegurarse que se quedara bien amarrada para robarte todo tu puto dinero, ese güey ahora te viene a salvar de la inflación. Ok, cuéntame otro cuento más chido. Esto fue literalmente lo que se espera de la Reserva Federal. Cero cambio en política monetaria. Lo único que tal vez vayan a hacer es menos quantitative tightening. Es lo único. Y si hacen menos quantitative tightening, eso debería empujar un poco las bolsas para adelante. Y vamos a ver qué dice, porque todo el mundo va a estar apostando a ver qué dice. Y ahí lo tienen. Vámonos a ver estos precios, vámonos a disfrutar un poco del casino del tío Salo, que honestamente ha estado muy divertido. Ayer nos aventamos unos longs buenísimos. Me llevé una excelente lana a casa y pues solamente quiero invitarlos a todos ustedes que quieran participar con nosotros acá en nuestro Discord, que es absolutamente gratis. Creo que se van a divertir bastante y sobre todo aprender con toda esta bola de degenerados. Los que estamos por acá, vengan a saludarnos. Aquí está el Discord. Funciona súper fácil, por cierto. No me vengan a decir que está muy difícil operar el Discord. Si un boomer como yo lo puede usar, cualquiera puede. Tienen acá los menús. Una vez que le picas aquí abajo, en la descripción de abajo tienes los enlaces oficiales de todo. ¿Quieres el enlace a Discord? Ahí está en la descripción de abajo. Ahorita lo voy a poner en X. ¿Quieres entrar a Bluffing y tradear futuros con nosotros? Ahí tienes el enlace. ¿Quieres hacer lo mismo en BTCC? Ahí tienes el enlace. ¿Necesitas cualquier cosa en nuestro sitio? Ahí está el enlace, todo oficial. Aquí tienes los análisis de Alex. Tienes los análisis de Farhan también. Tienes el chat general. Vénganse a platicar, por supuesto, todos. La zona más importante, ¿cuál es? ¿Cuál es? ¿Dónde está el rectángulo? En los 5,690. Ah, estamos hablando de futuros de el SP. Me gusta. Me gusta. Mango es bueno. Ya ahí está. Gracias, Mango. Nada mal, tío. Bastante bien. Criptolingo, para cualquier pregunta que tengan de lo que estamos hablando aquí. Aquí lo tienen enfrente de todos ustedes. ¿Cómo se leen? ¿Qué cosa es lo que estamos hablando? Y cualquier otra pregunta todavía va más para abajo. Vengan a compartir cuánto dinero están haciendo. Bastante bien. 45%. Tomatito, Tomatito, tienes que ser ya más rico que Warren Buffett, cabrón. A menos de que estés perdiendo bueno, no, porque no puedes perder 480% de tu dinero. Tienes que ser más rico que Warren Buffett, Tomatito. Aquí también Alex aventándose un 69%. ¿Cómo de que no, carajo? Ayer nos fue bastante bien a todos. Aquí lo pueden ver. A todos nos fue bastante bien. Así que estamos contentos. Hoy abriendo felices vientos. 118, papi. Tomatito, eres un enfermo, güey. ¿Cómo haces esto? Estás entrando con 500X. Eres un enfermo, cabrón. Pero, lo admiro. No puedo decir que no. No puedo decir que no. Vengan a pedirnos tablas, cualquier cosa, aquí estamos. También tienen acá nuestros enlaces oficiales por cualquier cosa. Y recuerden, nunca les vamos a pedir que nos den dinero, que nunca les vamos a escribir. Si alguien les escribe, no es Alex, no es Farhan, no soy yo. Los están intentando estafar y les quieren robar dinero. No tienes que conectar tu cartera de cripto en esta madre. Si te lo pide, no lo hagas. No pedimos nada de dinero. Todo esto es completamente gratis. Si eres de los degenerados que quiere tradear futuros, cáele a nuestro sitio y no sabes cómo usar los sitios como Bluffing, que es lo que usamos nosotros para criptomonedas, o BTCC para nuestras acciones tokenizadas. Métete acá en Tutos a nuestro sitio web y te vas a meter en cómo tradear en Bluffing, carnal. Y así de fácil, aquí lo tienes con el enlace directo. En un video de 5 minutos te enseñamos cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, bla, bla, bla. Y acá tienes todo. Y básicamente BTCC funciona igualito. Así que no hay excusa. ¿Quieren estar degenerados en el casino del tío Salo? Ahí lo tienen. Vámonos a los análisis en este. Ya sé, Ricardo. Oye, Tomatito, puedes operar mi cuenta y la mía, cabrón. Y la mía, pero el pánico de un 500X, de ver un long o un corto en 500X, yo creo me haría llorar. Bueno, aquí les traigo a estos cracks. Tengo a Alex y a Farhan desde el lado correcto de la Tierra. Tal vez nos vayan a censurar, pero ahí vamos. Ya saben, como siempre les voy a dar el análisis. Vamos a analizar todo esto en inglés y después en español se los iré pasando cada traducción. Y vámonos. Good morning, gentlemen.
Buenos días, Habibis.
Yala, Habibi. Yala,
Yalla, Habibi. Yalla, Habibi.
By the way, we're absolutely going to get completely censored by YouTube. They're going to remove our account right here, unless those are Jewish outfits. Are they Jewish outfits?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Of course.
Shalom.
Good,
Shalom, my brother.
good.
Shalom.
L'chaim. Okay, good, good. Thank God. Okay. Is there any
Shabbat
secret?
shalom.
Is there any secret stash of gold or money inside of those clothings then?
Claro. Claro.
Oh,
What do I look
good.
like?
Good, 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 good. I see you guys got the good stuff. Hey, yesterday was awesome. What's happening today, boys? Let's look at that Bitcoin and you guys tell me what is happening.
Let's look at the Bitcoin. We're having a lot of fun with our Bitcoin. A lot of fun, you know. Some people are not having a lot of fun. They're getting liquidated. We're not really getting liquidated. Not really. Sometimes,
No?
you know, but not today.
Not today. Not today, boys. Fuck yeah. Let's do this. Who's first? Alex. Thank you for sharing,
Yes.
son.
Let's see here. Yeah, no, things are actually cooking up quite nicely for markets. Let's backtrack a little bit. So remember, during this move down, we were basically eyeing the idea essentially that, this move down that we're seeing is nothing more than a bear trap. That's kind of what, the vibes were telling me at least. Now, it was choppy, of course, not as easy as we wanted, but it was a bear trap. And in the sense that, we quickly deviated down, lost the daily 9. This solidifies the trap, right? If we were truly bearish, we should have rejected here and came down to the 21, shifting daily trend down. But instead, what we got was a perfect reclaim of that. And then, on this low, we took all the stops, but still closed beautifully above the 9. And even got back above that 95.5. And that 95.5 has been very important. We've been talking about it pretty religiously in this range here now for, over a week. And so for me, the criteria now is if 95.5 holds, you're going to get a move up to that 99.8. It's very important because 99.8 is a major level for Bitcoin. This was basically the chop zone, 95.5 to 99.8. This was the chop zone before we bigly broke down. And this is very significant because if we're going to bigly break up, this still needs to be, respected, in my opinion. We very easily could just do this for, a few weeks. And what would this scenario end up doing? Well, this would just fully then start resetting that weekly BBWP, which has been a big thing for us, right? We've been talking about this actually going back under 15%, resetting, and then the 2-week as well gives us a setup, and then the monthly, and then we can play it as kind of how I was gauging it early April, which is kind of a domino effect, if you will. Daily's already at extreme low volatility. 2 days resetting. And so the idea now is that if this daily truly is going to bust up and do some combustion action, combustion action, we essentially then need this BBWP to actually fire off in favor of bulls. And what that could do potentially is start shifting then that higher time frame BBWP, like the weekly, 2-week, and monthly, and then that's where we get our big break. But until then, we're now just in a new range. This range was well respected, and this is why I like meme lines. They're meme lines, but rather they're just like a visual representation of a range. That's all it really is. And Bitcoin likes the range more than not. And so far now, we're now into a new range. Now, that doesn't mean we can't have pullbacks. And actually, I would want to pull back to the daily 9. That's very important to me. 95.5 is extremely important. It would make sense to see this zone get retested. What happened last time we broke out from this zone, 95.5? Well, we immediately went to 99.8, rejected, and we couldn't hold the throwback. We then lost 95.5, and this resulted into that $91,000 dump. Right. And so that kind of makes sense to me. As long as 95.5, 95,500 holds, you're going to get a measured move to 99,800. That should theoretically be a major rejection point where we should at least throw it back to 95.5. It's not until you start losing 95.5 where 91s become a real possibility. And would we be bearish if 91s actually came? Even if 89s came, would we be bearish? No, we absolutely would not. Bitcoin is extremely bullish currently. And we're saying that just based on this price structure that shifted essentially in 3 weeks ago. The EMA 9 on the weekly is always a major spot for Bitcoin, down and up. Right here, we were gauging, the reclaim of the EMA 9. And as long as it held up, we theoretically had a combustion move. I don't know why I keep trying to say that word when I obviously can't say it. Anyways, then the weekly here did the same thing, right? We reclaimed back above the weekly 9 after it was held down for multiple weeks. Basically, this weekly 9 was just guiding us down on shorts. I know because I was playing this very nicely, shorting it with the Academy. But now what we have is a perfect reclaim of this. What are you noticing with this weekly 9? It's starting to shift up right around that $91,000 level. That's very significant to me because that basically starts solidifying 91,000 being a major point for Bitcoin where, okay, if we start losing the daily 9, we start coming down, we start going to 91s, yes, this will be on the daily bearish. Why would it be? Because now the daily trend has shifted. But are we concerned about a daily trend shift if the weekly is in an uptrend and we have a higher high formed? No, you should be gauging the lower time frames to always trend shift, but then the higher time frames hold the trend. And that's perfectly okay, right? Like the 5-minute needs to trend shift for the 30-minute to trend shift, and then the hourly can trend shift. So the daily trend shifting wouldn't be necessarily a major concern for me, but rather would act as a bear trap scenario again. Right? What would bears do if we came up all the way here, rejected aggressively, came down to 91s? At this point, I'm very sure that, they're going to be talking about, the bear market, major rejection at 100K. This also is, technically speaking, would be a pretty meaty drop. We're talking about an over 8% move down. But we at the Academy will be well prepared because we'll understand that this is probably most likely nothing more than a higher low. And right, what do I know? Maybe my words just are words, but when we look at statistics, when we look at the HBDR and the historical range on Bitcoin, we actually see that for the first time in basically since December 2024, we actually got back above that median on the weekly. And where does that median perfectly sit? Right at 92.2. So now you have a range of support here. The extremity long will be the weekly 9. And so for me, it really does make sense. It's just more a level to level. So for me, it was daily still in an uptrend. This is looking like it's grinding a higher low while the weekly is shifting to bullish. And what we have now is a median reclaim on the daily. So even on the daily now, this is solidified that 95.5 is the zone to hold. Now I have this green line here. This is just lower time frame trading, right? This is just based on this low forming a new range and potentially bull flagging here. But what you'll notice on the lower time frames even is it's kind of giving you confluence of an idea that, yeah, 95.5 holds, you should see expansion closer to that 99,800. That's simply based on a BBWP setup on the 6 hour, a perfect 38.2% retest here, which this would be then the second close above. So then we'd have to then assume that we get expansion on the third. But then also, if you look at the 12 hour, We actually are now back above the 12-hour median. The 12-hour median now sits at 96,000. We see here that I've talked about this. This can be a trading strategy, if you will. And this is any time that the 12-hour EMA9 gets reclaimed, you long that, right? And this doesn't have the highest hit rate. I actually haven't back tested it personally, but this does actually quite work when you are in trending markets, right? I'll show a few examples. So we lost the 12-hour 9, and then right, we need to see kind of rejection from here if you're going to open a short. You don't just close it and then you open a short or a long. No. You need price to prove to you that it's a valid either short or long. So what we had here was a nice reclaim. If you positioned on that throwback, you simply then long the throwback of the 12-hour 9, and you cut the trade once you lose the 12-hour 9. So that would have at minimum printed you 2.9%, at maximum 6.3%. Okay, cool. Then we lost the 12-hour 9. And then what you're noticing is, okay, we put in a hammerhead. So now you have a logical stop loss placement. We then reclaimed that. And on that reclaim, we back tested it, right? This then printed at maximum 1.92%. Minimum, this was a failure. But then what you're noticing is, again, keyword trending markets. When we're trending, this system or strategy works beautifully. Because had you had longed this on a very simple 12-hour EMA9 reclaim, you would have basically printed a maximum gain of 12%, or if you just closed it on that loss, it was a 10% gain with no downside. Now, it works out to the downside as well, obviously, and I can show that here. We lost the 12-hour 9. The system says to take shorts on the 12-hour 9, right? You would have at maximum been able to print a 19% move, or had you just closed upon the reclaim, would have been a conservative 11%. Now, the idea behind this is that Bitcoin is bullish, and we are actually in the midst of potentially giving us a long trigger. The long trigger is not here. I don't really feel like scaling longs, but rather taking the extremity long and working with what we know. We know that this zone is resistance, right? We know that we have lots of confluence specifically on the daily that tells us that 95.5 should be the zone. We also know that we are in an uptrend. So if Bitcoin is going to, let's say, break out, take out this last higher low, break and make a new higher high, and that could literally come like this, higher high. We could literally come all the way back down, and this could be the next higher low. Visually, it makes sense to me. You're still putting in that bullish structure. So in summary, there's really no long yet. You could aggressively trade this, but you're just basically waiting for that extremity long. Now, I'll steal some of Farn's thunder. He identified this and showed me today. But yeah, even the 3-hour has a silver cross, and that's giving you confluence of that 96.1. So, as a bull, you should be kind of gauging the extremity long trade. I'm not really looking at this 9, but rather the 21. But you're supposed to look at the 9, of course. We just know that the 21 on the 3-hour has been a solid rejection point. That is coming in right at 95.5. So there's really no reason to complicate Bitcoin trading today. As long as you are above the daily 9 and you're holding the 12-hour 9, you can then play that and have your stop at the last higher low. Or you can simply then just wait for, that's it. Or you can just wait for the short at 99.8. But that is less likely to that's a less probabilistic trade in my opinion, because at that point, if the weekly is going to hold this median, you do have a statistical move up to all-time high. That's why we want to be really careful on shorts here. But it doesn't mean that we can't reject 99.5, 99.8 first tap. And actually, I'm quite expecting that to happen. And that's where we're going to get our weekly higher low. So Bitcoin to me is potentially entering a new range. We have volatility on the 5-day. This is actually significant. A 5-day BBWP setup, or no, actually, never mind. I don't even know why I have that line there. It's throwing me off. Almost a BBWP setup, but we do at least have it above the moving average. So then, this at least should give us that move to 99.5 to 99.8. But remember, we have Powell today speaking after market closed. This could literally just change everything. Right, TA and charts and everything we see now can be totally disregarded on news days like this, because he could come out and say anything and it could make it do this or this. And we all know that. But as it stands right now, without, acknowledging that news conference, we should have a measured move up to 99.6, and that should reject us. And then ideally we'll go and actually get that weekly EMA 9 retest. I'll be wrong on this idea, which is 99,000 first, right? Because what was crypto Twitter talking about what day is it today? Wednesday, all of this week, essentially 91Ks, 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 right? And so now what you have is a lot of traders here hoping that 91K would hit. You never broke this daily uptrend. And for me, it seems like a lot of people were scaling shorts into this move. And so what you have now is a lot of either long sidelined or a lot of trapped shorts that are now feeling the heat, right? If you shorted this whole move down, you're now back to break even. They're feeling the heat. This is often a great recipe to really make them feel it by going up, a few $2,000-$3,000 move up, really getting all the traders out. This will get everyone who shorted bullish and longing. But we don't long resistance. This most likely leads to a logical throwback. First zone will be 95.5 just per the system. Not convinced that will hold fully just based on the weekly, and rather we need to be looking for lower, which would come around at 91 to 92,000. Basically, I'm expecting 99.8 to get hit, that to reject us, come to 91 to 92,000s, consolidate there, cause the weekly BBWP to fully reset, and then from here we're going to go up to all-time high. That's basically what I'm trying to get at. And how you can play this now is just level to level. So, we know 95.5 is important and has to hold. Is it dumb to scale low leverage longs there? Absolutely not. Because we have confluence of the daily telling us that is wise. You have the median, you have the 9, and per the HBDR, if you hold above the median, you're going to get that move to 99.5. And you could already look at this as potentially a front run. Not convinced yet, honestly, just based on the news flow of today. So, that to me just makes a lot of sense. If let's say we get and often I'll say this, the first move on these news conferences or at least the PAL days are usually fake. And so I'm kind of hoping for this. We slow grind up, we then dump, we then retest 95.5, and then we can go up. And then this basically is just filling this major inefficiency that we had. And Bitcoin likes to do that. It did it here, and what didn't hold? 95.5, the median, the 9, and then we went down. And then here as well, 95.5 did not hold. We lost the daily 9, the median, and then we broke down. So as long as you are above all those, you're gonna move up. It's just basically like, it's just like what happened here. You held 95.5, held above the median, held the daily 9, and then from this point, you moved up 8%. So, but I actually believe too, I don't know what I just did. There we go. I actually believe too, this was a Fed day or some crypto thing, conference news thing actually. And this is kind of why, it's always good to kind of just be patient on these days, because you get the good old Darth Maul comes out where the longs get fucked, shorts get fucked. Essentially, you lead to a doji, and then you actually then get the real move once all traders are out. Talking about a 5% candle down and a 5% candle up. How lovely. So got to just be aware of that for today. But, it's like 95.5 just kind of been that line in the sand for us. So yeah, I mean, basically that's it. You essentially get back, hold 95.5. You're gonna go to 99,800. You reclaim that. That'll be your trigger to go to all-time high. When you view the monthly, it's not the most absurd thing to say we're gonna retest all-time high. You have BBWP fully reset now at the lowest levels we haven't seen since basically the Hamas setup, October 2023. But also you have the
Be careful
median.
with that word, bud.
Yeah, I know. You have the median shifted at $111,000. Basically giving you confluence that it's not dumb to assume that that this could actually start breaking out within the next month or two. Yeah, as soon as I said it, I was like, yeah, I should not be saying that right now. The Punji setup, I'll call it. If you know, you know. So that's Bitcoin. 95.5 is your line in the sand. You're watching for any throwback to hold on that to position, and at that point, you're basically playing the daily 9 in the median. Now let's segue into Tether and see, because this is actually quite relevant. Tether dominance. Where is the EMA 100? It wouldn't be an analysis by me if the EMA 100 wasn't on my chart. We wanted this EMA 100 to break and get lost. Remember when we were talking about this being part of the bear trap scenario, which was we had a daily silver cross. All we were doing was rejecting this bearish retest zone, 5.23%, while also not getting back above the 21. Now, yes, you were retesting this breakout zone, but the fact that we lost the daily 9, not convinced. And we also said that if this starts losing the daily EMA 100, how my system works is when Bitcoin reclaims the daily EMA 100, you don't short that. And so if Tether dominance loses the daily EMA 100, we have to then be more aggressive with longs. And this was the exact reason why I scaled that $1 million margin longs last night upon the news, because it just seemed very probable that you were going to get a move down. Now, this trend isn't shifted yet on the daily. As crazy as that is, it's not. And you have to then take out this low, in my opinion. Let me make sure let me double check that actually before I say that. Let me exit out of the Discord. It's throwing me off. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. So, trend is still up on Tether dominance. And that's why losing essentially May 2nd's low at basically 4.96%, 5% will be very important in my opinion. But as of now, you do have more of a chance of breaking down, and the next target will be that SMA 200, which lines up perfectly with the 4.69%. You have a BBWP setup. If this does fire off and we do start moving to my next zone, that's a 7.4% move. You're talking about a potential, let's see, $105,000 on Bitcoin. It's very interesting when you see that, because it just seems like everything wants up. So, this is very, 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 very important to be gauging, because Tether dominance is basically telling us that, things are about to get fun again for markets, and we're potentially about to go parabolic mode again. Now, markets aren't easy. There's no free lunch. We still have potentially an uptrend here, and that's why it's going to be very key to lose this uptrend. We lose the uptrend with the daily EMA 100 deviation, and rather than using the daily, let's just play it safe and use the 2-day. The 2-day EMA 100 deviates, then the trend has shifted. We probably get a bounce at the SMA 200. This probably forms a lower high, and then we roll over. So if the 2-day EMA 100 gets lost, that's your sign that, yes, I can be aggressive with longs. Until then, we can't be too aggressive, in the sense that I don't want to be scaling longs in the gray zone. What is a gray zone in the chart? The gray zone in the chart's like this. You're just kind of in the middle. You only play the extremities, right? If I deleted this line that was based on the 4-hour, you are in the gray zone. Do you visually see that? There's just nothing to really work with. You can do what I just did and draw like a meme line there, but you are in the gray zone. And that's why it's always wise to either play the extremity high or the extremity low. And so until then, I'm gauging basically, pal, to move markets down, us test 95.5s. I'm going to reposition there with the Academy. I'm going to simply have my stop here at 93.5s. 93.450, yeah, 93.5s. And if we get any daily closure under 95.5s, I will manually cut this trade before it hits stop. This way, then we really can, just be ahead of the curve, have our risk totally managed, and understand that, getting a move down to the low 90s would still be very bullish, and it would just be retesting a lot of major levels that we haven't tested in a very long time. And basically the SMA 200 on the daily. I mean, that hasn't been retested since we broke out from it. Since we broke out, I mean, it basically broke out daily silver crossed, and you just kind of are leaving this as a major inefficiency. So that's why it's like, if you do start losing 95.5s, we're going to patiently sit on our hands for the low 90s, and then we're going to max long that, in my opinion. But until then, you're now just gauging a move up to 99.8s, potentially a rejection, and then you're going to see the throwback. If, let's say, we do move today to 99.8 and not retest 95.5s, I'm going to then look at this as the rejection. This is the throwback, and then we should move up, right? I kind of wanted this 95.5 to get tested before we go to 99K, and then we go to 99,800, and then from there we go to 91s, and then we can go to all-time high. But if we do just end up hitting this resistance and leaving this inefficiency, I'll have to look at this pullback as a bullish retest. So you're basically just sitting on your hands if you're not positioned. You're just waiting specifically for today too. There's really no point to be aggressive. I was very long and I cut because I just know how this game goes. Like, I'll be up thousands and thousands of dollars. The charts are looking absolutely bullish. And then, the conference starts and I absolutely round trip and somehow lose $1,000 after being up 25K. So no trades for me until this conference is over, because I just know how this game goes. Now, that doesn't mean we can't position during the conference or the news conference, but we don't really want to be scaling degenerate positions in the gray zone. And the gray zone is just where we're at now. And so for me, you're just better off waiting for either 99.8 reclaim to long, 99.8 rejection to short, or a 95.5 retest. It's very, very, very simple. But you don't really play this zone unless you're like lower time frame trading, which is perfectly okay if you know what you're doing. Unfortunately, most don't know what they're doing, so they can't lower time frame trade. So that's Bitcoin. That's tether dominance. Daily EMA 100s, very, very, very good that we lost that. Not convinced fully yet, though. Confirmed once the 2-day loses the EMA 100. That'll get your trend shift down. Next measured move will be 4.69%. Let's look at Bitcoin dominance now. Are we even surprised it's going up again? Absolutely not. And I really wonder, I wish we could just long this. I mean, for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 weeks, if you just blindly long in Bitcoin dominance, you would be printing. Kind of absurd if you think about it like that. But technically speaking, we are very bullish on Bitcoin dominance, and we're actually the most bullish we've ever been in the history of Bitcoin dominance. And that's just based on the fact that we have a monthly EMA 100 reclaim that's never happened before, ever. And we also, if I'm not mistaken here, no, yeah, we broke the 38.2% here, went to the extremes. And then here as well. And then broke down here. But, right, what am I trying to make my point is big move, and then big move. You are literally in the process of breaking out, and you're just in the midst of it. It's as if you're here. Like, it's basically the equivalent of being right. What's a good representation of this? It's basically the equivalent of being like right here. Oh God, 1 second. Here. or even better, and I know I was trying to make this quick, but like here, yeah, it's basically the equivalent of here. Let me delete the big circle. We'll focus on the tiny circle. You're basically like the equivalent of here. Like you're just in the midst of the beginning of a major move on tethered our Bitcoin dominance, and that's just literally based on the fact that in May, April, May, yeah, in May, I know in April we essentially broke out from the 38.2%. We haven't back tested it yet. So that's the caveat on like, we could easily back test that, but we don't have to. And this could literally just go up to 69.5% from here. Legitimately. That is my next target. And visually, you can just see it. You hold above the 63.8%, 63.89%. You're going to get that move up to 69.6% for the culture, of course. So it's pretty insane how markets are looking. I mean, it's just crazy how quick things can shift. And that's why as a trader, you have to be like water. You have to be very fluid with your analysis, and you have to be okay to, switch your bias when the charts tell you it's okay. We don't want to be the guy just shorting a bull market, but we want to also be able to capitalize on the volatility up or down. We totally played this whole move down shorting, and we've been basically bullish since we reclaimed that daily EMA 100. Now, in real time, this is a good example on why this works. You just don't typically aggressively short when you reclaim the daily EMA 100. And I've always said that, but this is a good example on why. Because when you do reclaim that, you generally expand, and then you generally just start moving up. You start like almost like going into a channel, and then you break out again. It's like just very similar to like we reclaimed the EMA 100. You then just form this channel, you break out. Okay, you consolidate a little bit, throw it to the EMA 34, break out. And a little channel, break out. The point being, though, is you really do start moving aggressively, either when you lose the EMA 100 or if you reclaim it. And this is why I always talk about the EMA 100, specifically for Bitcoin. Now, you'll have people say it's not to the book to use the EMA 200. And I've never, and how I use the EMA 200, it's like a range, right? You reclaim the EMA 200, that should give you a free move to the EMA 100. That just generally works, and it worked here. Now, you don't long on that. You wait for a reclaim. You wait for price to prove to you it's bullish, but this was literally the tell of sign, this EMA 200 reclaim after it was held down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. Once we literally got back above there, we literally started to move up. And that's why I like using the EMA 200 in confluence to the 100, because when you're under both of them and you either reclaim the EMA 200, you generally, not always, because this is crypto, but generally do get a nice move back up to the 100. You saw it in this example in early February. Reclaim the 200, slingshotted to the EMA 100. So that's all I really have on Bitcoin. I mean, 95.5 is the spot. I'm looking to re-long that. Nothing really says that we have to do that right now. We are just like in the midst of the gray zone. You can obviously like look at these wick highs as resistance, but in my opinion, bulls are going to try to break this, and they're just going to try to solidify the uptrend, and this will just be another higher high break. This higher high break will be done once we take out 97.9. And then once we actually do break this, I do think we're just going to see a big squeeze up. Now, I will say, though, I'm not really convinced this is going to break the first tab. So I would be very, observant of that zone right at 99.3 to 99.8. And that could literally come in perfectly with ES1 hitting the SMA 200. And this still could be a lower high. If we came all the way here, I mean, it still could be a lower high, especially on like the higher time frames. That's why this zone is going to be very key for markets. And you have to then assume that bears are going to step in. And it's probably going to be a nice sequence of Bitcoin hitting 99.3 to 99.8 and ES1 hitting the 55,770 zone. in my opinion. That'll be like chef's kiss if we can get that all lining up. This moves up, rolls over, and then Bitcoin, I'll use this chart, moves up and then rolls over. Would just be perfect for my system, essentially. But even on the Binance chart, I mean, you just basically are in just this gray zone. So, you know, it's like, yeah, that's it. You're just in the gray zone. So understand that if you are positioning and you're trying to position and go long and, oh my God, I don't want to miss this move, just understand that you're playing the gray zone before an event. And that's never wise. So that's why I'm flat right now. I'm not in any position currently. And I'm actually quite happy I sold that short that I opened, actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right here, I cut that shit. And then boom, and then boom. Beer money trade, though. Beer money trade, of course. So, yeah, that's all I have, really. I mean, let me look at VIX. Why not? You know, VIX is... And let's go to like the 2-week. Okay, so we are at support on VIX on the 2-week for what it's worth. I mean, a move to the 20s on really do seem likely to me. I mean, you could easily move up to the 32s from here. But, you know, I again, this could just play into our idea of a rejection after 99K and 5,770 on ES1 if we do something like this, and then this, and then this. And there's your SFP. There's your bearish retest. And then you get your higher low on Bitcoin. Kind of lines up. It's kind of nice. Let me check the HBDR, even though it's really degenerate to do that. Yeah. So, I mean, even if you did move to the 20s, maybe 1950 should be a bounce zone. I mean, that's just a 2-week retesting the 38.2%. And why do I look at VIX? Well, I don't recommend people just trade off VIX or even, you know, solely use it, but at least can give you somewhat of a confluence. When VIX goes up, risk on goes down. So this is looking like it should go down to the $18.25, can give me confluence that, okay, maybe ES1 does actually reject the SMA 200, and this ends up being a bear trap in the sense that, notice how we're kind of just flirting with this range here. You're not really breaking down, but rather just very slowly breaking down, but still holding above the 9, still holding above the 38.2%. That to me just brews a bear trap within a measure, like a combustion action to the SMA 200. And then we should, you know, dump because all the shorts there got smoked and then they open longs and then no free lunch. So we really could see all this work out. Lastly, I'll look at Sol. We'll probably look at Solana anyways on this. I'll just quickly look at it because, right, this is kind of like a market leader. This literally started to move in the beginning of this bull market, and it started to move in the beginning of the big move down from 100K. Solana is looking very good to me, and there's no reason at this point why we shouldn't see $175. Now, I understand we have the EMA 34 and the 21 there, but just per the HBDR, you should get a move up to 175, 180. And why is 180 super important? Daily SMA 200. So for me, it's like Solana is looking really good, very bullish, and even the weekly EMA 100 got reclaimed. And I guess you don't have an inverse head and shoulders here, but hey, it still is looking very good in my opinion. Yeah, you almost had it if this right shoulder played out. Boom, boom, boom. Degenerates will look at it like this, I guess. Or yeah, look at it like that. I'm not going to look at it like that, though. So in summary, overall, Bitcoin's looking extremely bullish to me. 95.5 was the line in the sand, and we always said that on every single stream up until last week. 95.5, 95.5, 95.5. We're now reclaiming 95.5, and so after a breakout, you have to gauge a back test. Now, that doesn't need to immediately happen. We very well could easily make a higher high, come up to 99.8, and then back test. If we end up going to 99.8 first before 95.5, I'll be looking at the long zone to be 95.5. If we go first to 95.5, maybe on the J Powell speech, and then slingshot to 99,000. Yeah, I'll be then looking at this as a local top and this to be very probable of forming the next weekly higher low, which will be right around the SMA 200, right around the weekly EMA 9, and the median. That's the most important, though, is the median, because that median will give you then that move down up to all-time high. 95.5 your line in the sand. You start losing that even on like a daily, 4 hour, 6 hour, won't like that. Most likely then we'll signal a move to 90s to maybe 91s. Till then, you have a very high chance of going to the 99,000s today or tomorrow, in my opinion. So we shall see. And last thing I'll say is you'll want to see this moving average. You'll want to see this oscillator get back above the moving average. If that can happen while at extreme low volatility, that's the brewings of a breakout, or not a breakout because right direction neutral on volatility, but the itchings of expansion on volatility, which is what you'll want if you're wanting this scenario going to 100K. So be very mindful that this is very close, possibly today even on today's close, could shift up and actually start trying to get back above the moving average, which has not really happened since we lost in April. Or no, so really since we did this in April 22nd, essentially, when we had this major move up from the EMA 100, got back above the moving average on BBWP, major green dildo of 6%. So yeah, that's all I have though on Bitcoin. It's looking pretty good. It's really not looking the worst.
Great. Let me share my screen. And we will switch gears to the 2-day, which a lot of my bias comes from. And you know me, I'll tell you what my bias is and not what the reality is. Well, at least I'm upfront with it, because most people will do the same shit, but they'll tell you that they're speaking analytical facts.
Oh, we're just looking at the data. That's basically it. Let
Just
the
the
charts
tailwinds,
talk. Let the charts tell you the story.
getting all those tailwinds by Tyrone in prison, huh, Scott? Oh wait,
Again,
that's
Scott, I
Sam.
almost died right now stretching, believe it or not. That's how old I am. Okay. So I need to go downstairs and figure out
Well,
why this
I
happened.
can't say shit because I coughed and put myself in bed for 3 days.
Basically, that's where I'm at right now. I'll be right back.
All right, so the majority of what I'm looking at right now is based off of this 2-day HPDR. And as long as you're holding this a 5 EMA, Bitcoin likes to continue on its trending moves to the upside or the downside, as long as you're holding or rejecting that 5 EMA. And right now, we have been steadily holding this 5 EMA on this entire move to the upside. Not only that, but we've also had a silver cross to the upside. And right here, we have basically a perfect retest of this silver cross, which is around at this 9 EMA. And as long as we are over this 5, which we had a little bit of a move down on this candle, basically kind of front ran this 5 EMA, but as long as we are above this 5 EMA, we will have a magnet of this top 38.2%. We actually can give you, I can actually give you a numerical number. We have a 61.8% chance of hitting this area right here, which is right at that $100,000 area, 99,800. This is where I'm thinking that we're going to go up. Same thing as basically what Alex said, that we're going to go up, tap this area, get all of the shorts out of the system, get a bunch of horny longs in here. All the people who are trying to short this entire move are going to start flipping long, make a nice little rejection over here, come back down, and then I'd like to get a retest of this 3-day silver cross. At the moment, it's sitting somewhere around 92,000. Maybe it can go a little bit lower. Give us that retest. Retest is 38.2%. And then from there, I expect to move back over $100,000. But I don't think it's going to go straight through $100,000. And you know what else goes along with that? Let's switch this to the daily. Let's turn off the HPDR. Pains me to turn it off. Where is it? There we go. I have too many moon phases on here. Moon phase. We had a bare moon right here. This bare moon was kind of a failure because the way that the bare moons and the bull moons work is on a bare moon you open a short, and then whenever you get the bull moon, you enter into a long. So you were in a little bit of a profit when you first got the bare moon, but now you would be in a loss if you took this setup. And on Monday, which is I believe what is it, 20, no, not 20. What is the date on Monday? I can't think. 12th? something like that. But whatever the date is on Monday, we are going to get a new full moon,
Hold on, I'll
and the
tell you.
full
Monday is the 12th. Yeah, you're right.
yeah, the 12th. So on the 12th, Monday the 12th, we are going to be getting a full moon. Full moon, if you were to look at the last full moon we have, especially when we're in trending upwards markets, because as of right now, the daily is still in an uptrend. Whenever we're in trending markets to the upside, the full moon usually gives you a pretty significant move. Because if you were to take the full moon that we got right here, and you were to take for this full moon until we got the bare moon, because the way that the bull moon setup works is you take a long when the bull moon prints, and then you close your long when the bare moon prints. You would have closed it on this print right over here, and you would have made 11.92%, even waiting after the closure and confirmation of the bare moon. It's quite a bit, in my opinion. If you were to, if let's just assume the bull moon happens somewhere around this area. So let's take this another 11%, 10 to 11%. What do you know? It brings us basically right to our current all-time highs. Very, very interesting. Now let's make the what do you call it? The moon phases disappear. And now let's open up the statistics. Because you know us, we like statistics around here. Oh, it's cool. It gave me the crown bands as well. They've added that to the statistics. That's interesting. But if you look at the daily statistics, right now, today is, what is it, Wednesday? I have to look because I don't remember. I'm retarded. Yeah, it's Wednesday. So Wednesday currently has a bullish rate of about 50%. So that tells you that 50% of the time, Wednesdays can close green, and 50% of the time it can close red. And whenever it does close green, it closes green at a rate of 2.89% from the open. And when it closes red, it closes at a percentage of, on average, of 1.68% from the open. So if you were to take from the open and go about 2.68%, this is the open. The average move would give us right around somewhere around $99,000 on today's candle. Very interesting. You remember that $99,700 resistance? Keep that in your mind. Then we go to Thursday. Thursday is actually the most bearish day of the week. Most high probability of closing red is on Thursday. So what I'm thinking of right now is somewhere around today to Thursday, we will go and tap that $99,000 area, reject, close Thursday green, I mean red, and then we go to Friday, which Friday is the most bullish day of the week. Most statistically, the highest percentage chance of closing green, and you have a 2.6%, 2.06% average move. So what I'm thinking right now, which is actually what my wonderful and beautiful girlfriend said earlier today, and I'm surprised because she doesn't know anything about crypto. She's probably going to go up into the weekend, a little move down over the weekend, and then we move up into next week. And I was like, wow, that's pretty good. I kind of agree with that. And now we will make these stats disappear, and
You're
let's just do
teaching
for
her
the
right.
downside.
You're teaching
Yeah,
her
and she
right.
knows the moons now too. She knows the price goes up on the moons and it goes down on the full new moons.
We
I
know
give
who'll be
it
taking your job, sir.
6 months and she'll be 50x trading with us.
Hey, Trump was right. The Mexicans are taking our jobs.
Well, I just did a 500x long for the first time. I've never tried that. And I just made $300 in like 2 seconds with this nice little pumpy. That's insane, by the way, using that kind of leverage. It's fucking nuts.
The proper way to call it is the exchange donation button.
Yeah. I just can't believe it just continued going in that direction because, dude, it can take you out in a second.
So it's happened to me before, literally 3 seconds, and I've been liquidated.
Yeah.
But thankfully, it was only like
Instant.
$150.
That's what I did too.
Because I hit the bluffing requirement of trading volume, and they give me $180 USDT coupon. Put it into a 500x long, liquidated in 5 seconds. So the average move down of about 1.68% brings us basically down perfectly to our daily 9 EMA. Also, a very, very logical place to go to if we do end up closing today red, which I am on the bias that we don't close a red and we close green and take that average move of around 2%. Hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we close red. Maybe we just nuke today and go to 70K, 74K, which that like that typo. Let's make this disappear. And turn back on the HPDR. And then we will switch to a slightly higher time frame. We will go to the weekly. And now we go to the weekly. What I'm looking for is if you saw this previous weekly candle closure, this was what most people would look at as a shooting star. And as long as we are below this candle's wick high at about 97,868, our highest is about $200 below that. This is still an active shooting star. But the second you get a single tick above this area, everybody who shorted and has their stop loss here is going to get their liquidity taken, and that's where you start that liquidation candle, the liquidity candle, whatever you want to call it. And that, in my opinion, is what's going to take us to around $99,000 before we get that rejection and the move down. And I'm expecting that to happen before the weekly close. The reason why is because if you were to get a weekly close anywhere like basically around this area, ideally higher than this wick high, you would have a 61.8% chance of going straight to $103,000, which I don't think is going to happen. I think we're going to get a rejection around $99,000 to $100,000 first before we get a solid break over $100,000. And that break over 100,000, I think, is going to take us probably to somewhere around 102 to 103, where our next significant level of resistance is. And keep those numbers in mind because they're going to come up again. If you're looking at a weekly right now, momentum is pointed pretty solidly to the upside, getting very close to getting into the bullish control zone, while volatility is still contracting and it's getting pretty low. It's getting very low to our 15% extreme lows. Then we look at our weekly jewel. The weekly jewel is now flipping up, getting out of the bearish control zone and giving us a buy signal. Let's mark this with a vertical line. Here's our buy signal jewel. Let's go back a little bit, mark this one. Excuse me. This one was nice. This one went straight to a buy signal and it completely skipped the neutral. And that's all we have. Now let's see the results. So this one went up 49 to 50% before a little bit of a consolidation phase, and then went up about 95.59%. Let's see this one. This one, did I draw it right? Yeah, I did draw it right. I guess this one was kind of a trap. Still got to move up though. Let's see how much. This one moved up about 7.7%, moved down 17%. You probably wouldn't have held on for this move up to 15%, but 7.7% is still something. Let's go to this one. So the minimum move so far seems to be 7%. The middle move is about 50%, and the higher end move is 100%. 20%. Now we have a middle move of about 20. Take this one. Immediately about 46%, very close to that 50% number. And then eventually went higher, went about 86%, 89%, like 91%, very close to that 100% number. So we have 7, we have 250s, 120, and about 290-ish. Now we have another one. This one was immediately roughly like 45%, very in line. Then about like 80 to 90-ish%, also very in line. Now we will take this current one. Current one, we are up. How much in the high? We're about 16%. So if we take it to that 20-ish% move, because we've already gone below above the minimum, 20-ish% takes us, what do you know, right to $100,000. Very bias shooting. One second, let me grab this cloth and clean my bias off the screen. There we go. Now let's take it to 40%. 40 to 45% takes us roughly to about $120,000. Keep that number in your mind because it will come up again. Now let's take it about 90%. This is where the inner George comes out. Brings us to about $160,000. Keep that number in your mind because that will also come up again. We'll go to the 2-week. And 2-week is now getting a move up on the momentum, getting very close to the reset zone, getting out of the bearish control zone, while volatility is still contracting. And if we close over this candle's open, this breakdown candle at about $94,260, this is almost certainly going to start expanding on volatility, and that's when we get a rapid move to the median. Now the median is sitting just below our all-time highs, but this is going to shift after this close. Right now it's sitting at $107,000. It's likely to come lower as long as we are below it. And my bias is going to come somewhere around this $102,000 to $103,000 area. And that's going to be our first significant level of resistance, clearing the $100,000 or $99,800 area. If you were to mark with a vertical line every single time the 2-week got flipped up and got out of the bearish control zone, that would be right here. These ones aren't going to be as powerful. Let's just use the ones where it stayed in the bearish control zone and didn't immediately flip back up. Did it right. We'll do this one. Did it right here. This one is not very powerful, but it's still going to have some results. And we did it right here. Draw this one. And one final example. Now let's look at the price and see what happened. Looks like momentum shifting out of the bearish control zone is quite significant on the 2-week. 503%. Very tranquilo. This just in, Bitcoin is going to $500,000 by end of month.
Who said that? Kathy?
A very wise man that goes by the name of
Michael Saylor.
Garlic Bread.
Ah, Mr. Garlic Bread. Yes. Yes.
Because who doesn't pass off quotes from wise men and their own quotes and say that it's from a wise man?
Of course. Of course. Makes
So
sense.
so we got 12% up, 15.9% down, and then 47 up. Let's just count the 12% because probably you would have gotten out on the 15% down. This one, still 16%, double digits. This one, 90%. Let's just take the more immediate move of about 47%, or very similar to that other 40% move. And as of this moment, about 16%. Get roughly 40%. Where does that take us? Oh, very close to $120,000. Very interesting. Now we will make this disappear. We will shift to the index. Then we will go here. And right now on the monthly, we are currently shifted below the moving average, but the catch is that we have not closed this monthly candle just yet. And what's going to make this flip back up and continue to the upside on momentum is if we get a close over this high, which we are right now above, and that is 95,871. Getting a close over this wick high is going to give a magnet for price at the median. And right now the median sitting ever so slightly above our all-time high, sitting at about $110,776. And right now we did have a monthly closure, so that 38.2% did move up. I think it's going to move down after the next one, but that's just me guessing. Maybe it'll move up. It was previously around 150s. Now it's sitting at $178,000. Don't think it's going to go straight there, or I don't think probably it's going to go there at all. I probably think the top is somewhere around 130 to 150, but I'm happy to be wrong. But let's shift back to the quarterly and see where that went. Where was that 120? I guess it changed. It was previously around 120. Now the quarterly candle is several projections of the median. So we would expect after getting several projections of the median that we'd get it moved down to the 38.2%. Let me turn on my moving averages. Why are they not showing? Come on. Where's my moving averages? Refresh this tab. Right as I click refresh, they appeared. That's quite wonderful. Oh, there we go. There's that $120,000 number. So if you look on the index on the 2-week, we're solidly reclaiming this 38.2%. Every single time that you've reclaimed this 38.2%, you've gone at a minimum to the median, but more likely this top 38.2%. You did it right here. Did it right here, went straight to the median, rejected a little bit, and then went to the top 38.2%. Right here, reclaimed the 38.2%, went straight to the median, rejected a little bit, and then went to the top 38.2%. This is the only time ever where we slightly closed over the 38.2% and then did not go to the median afterwards. But if you were to notice the difference between this, pretty sure we are. No, never mind. We did break this wick low, so it is still in a downtrend like it was on that previous move. Yeah, right here. So this one would have got you, but once you close this candle below the 38.2%, you would have taken it for a slight loss, and that would be a loss of slight 10%. It's not really slight, but I guess your reward would have been, the median was here at that time, about 30%, so 3-to-1 odds. I would have taken it, especially since how high the hit rate is. Over here, reclaim the 38.2%, went to the median, rejected, went to the top 38.2%. Here, reclaim the 38.2%, went to the median, then the top 38.2%. Only one time we've seen a failure. Here, reclaimed 38.2%, went to the median, then rejected. This was the COVID dump. Reclaimed 38.2%, went to the median, rejected, top 38.2%. None of these actually reclaim the 38.2%, so they're not really failure. Well, they're not really, but not failures at all. See if we can find another example. Right here, reclaim at 38.2%, went to the median, rejected, then made its way to the top 38.2%. But the minimum move we're looking for is just the median. Reclaimed, median, 38.2%. I believe that's more than a 90% hit rate. 38.2%, median, 38.2%. That's definitely greater than a 90% hit rate. So the idea behind this is the reason why I'm telling you that is if we reclaim this 38.2%, which we are solidly above right now, and we are going to be above it as long as we're above $93,215, it's going to give us a magnet of at the very least hitting this median, which is that $120,000 number. Told you it would come back up. And then our top 38.2% is sitting at $155,000, which is likely to move. But right now, the number is very close to that $160,000 number, which I told you would come back up again. It'd be very interesting if this moves up ever so slightly and goes to 160. Now we go to the monthly, or quarterly, I mean. And quarterly is now getting momentum flipping to the upside, getting to the reset zone, getting above the moving average, while volatility is sitting at 0%. Does it really sound that crazy to get a move to $120,000, basically a 20% move with 0% volatility on the monthly? Doesn't sound like that to me. Last time we had momentum flipping back over the moving average on the quarterly was sitting right over here in July of 2023 when we had that first setup, which shall not be named, and we went up about, let's see, uninterrupted 173%. I'm not even looking for a 173% move. That's too crazy. I'm just looking for a very tranquilo 23% move, or on the higher side, 50 to 60%. That's not too bad. That's not too much to ask for. Now we will switch over to Tether. Actually, first let's go to the 4 because we haven't done the low time frame. We're also putting in that topping candle, which is the same idea that once we get above this area, that's where we're going to start the actual short squeeze and go up probably another two-ish, $1,500 to $2,000 rather quickly before we get that rejection. It'd be very interesting to see that happen around Powell's time. What time is it in Los Angeles right now?
Right now it's 7:49, 7:50 almost.
And what time does he speak in your time?
At 11:30 actually. At 11 we get the data. We get the actual confirmation of them saying no. So in basically it's 8, 9, 10, 11. In 2 more hours. 8, no, wow. 8, 9, 10, 11. 3 more hours.
So 3 more hours before Papa Powell gives us the girthy green and red dildos.
Exactly. It's going to be both ways.
Yeah, it goes both ways, unlike me.
Exactly. And me.
On the yeah, so but we have gotten a close over all of these lower highs. So that's what should have told you that this wasn't the short that you were looking for, and it wasn't going to give you the breakdown because we already had a close over all of these very significant lower highs. And as of right now, as long as you're holding this five, which bears haven't even had enough strength to come down to the five, we should at the very minimum retest this area. And if we retest this area, that's what activates my short squeeze scenario, where I think we're probably going to squeeze up to this 88.3%, right at that beautiful $99,500, which is currently my TP for my longs at 99,500. And we are getting momentum flipping to the upside, solidly holding the bullish control zone on this little slight move down. This also told you that you shouldn't have looked at this as a major top candle because momentum was rejecting getting into the getting out of the bullish control zone and was still pointed solidly to the upside. Now, if you look at our Jewel is very close to giving you a buy signal with the pink crossing above the yield. This is probably going to happen in 2, maybe 3 more closes, and that's going to confirm. And usually when that confirms, you do get a nice pump ski off the back of that. Let's go down a little bit more. The lower time frames are currently pointed to the downside on momentum, and it does go along with the rejection of this 38.2%. But as long as we are holding the median, I would expect one more test of that 38.2%, that median, and then it move back into the 38.2%. Once you start to lose this median, however, that's where it starts to get very worrying, and that's where you'll probably get that scenario where you're going to move down to right around this, probably this 100 and this 200 cluster at about 95,500, which is that very, very significant level where as long as we're holding over that area, we should still be looking for more upside. And one more piece of sombering or worrying information that goes along with losing that median is if you notice this right here, what does this look like? A very famous cartoon pattern right here. This is called the Bart Simpson, where if you lose that median, we're gonna Bart all the way down to at the very least this 21 EMA at about 96,000-ish dollars and probably lower from there. The hopium is that we make an ever so slightly higher low at this 21 EMA at about like 96.5. Now let's switch to quarterly. Actually, it's 30. Quite the dumpski on the 30-minute. And it's about to give us a bearish engulfing as well. Let me quickly close my long.
Let me very quickly close my long.
Success. Now let's shift over to Tether. There we go. Tether dominance. Go to the monthly. And Tether dominance is now still shifted to the upside on momentum. But if you notice, we have a loss of our 21 EMA. We've got a backtest of the 21 EMA, and as of this moment, it's still rejecting. And as long as we are below that 21 EMA, you should be looking for lower, and you should be looking at a minimum to get a retest of this meme line and this filling in this wick. And once you start to get a single tick below this wick, that's where Tether breaks down, and we're likely going to go to this 100 at around 3.5%. And keep that 3.5% number in mind because it's going to come back up. Now you go to the 2 week. 2 week is now freshly turning to the downside on Tether, and momentum is, I mean, volatility is now coming to basically around 0%. If you were to look at the last time 2 week Tether freshly flipped down from this area on momentum, it's right over here, and this was in September of 2024, basically before we went from $60,000 to $100,000. Very interesting. Let's go to the weekly. Weekly is still flipped to the downside. It's trying to flip back up while volatility resets. And we're about to basically reverse this entire move up that we had last week, the confirmation for me is going to be losing this 21 EMA, but preferably losing this wick low. Once we take this wick low, that's where this entire pump is likely to get retraced, and we're going to come back all the way down to this bottom meme line, which is about 4%, and that is currently how much of a dump ski on Tether? That is like 20% to the downside, which correlates with around a 35 to 40% move up on Bitcoin. And you remember that 40% from those jewel setups that we had? Average move seemed to be about 40 to 45%. Hmm. Now we go to the 5 day. 5 day is holding right at support on Tether. Once you lose this 38.2% support on Tether, that's if you were to look at the last time you lost the 38.2%, that was that same move in late 2024. Took you all the way down to the 88.3%. Right now, the 88.3% sits at about, oh, what do you know? Just over 4%, right around my mean line. While momentum on the 5 day is pointed pretty heavily to the downside, very close to entering into the bearish control zone, and volatility is now expanding. 2 day is currently still flipped position to the upside, and we are above the median. So this is a little bit more short-term worrying information, where as long as we are above that median, we should be targeting this top 38.2%, and this would go along with that move down on Bitcoin to test that 3 day silver cross. And this is a move about 5% up on Bitcoin. So it should be somewhere around 7 to 10% down on I mean, 5% up on Tether should be about 7 to 10% down on Bitcoin. And here's the hopium in the more short term, which is going to make it more likely that this 2 day will fail, is that the daily is now lost the median, and we are currently rejecting the median. Not only have we lost the median, we're dancing right around this. We ever so slightly closed below the 100 EMA as well. So as long as we're still rejecting this median and we have a silver cross to the downside, perfect retest of the silver cross, should be looking for this bottom 38.2%. A little bit lower. And for even the 4 hour is now is heavily positioned to the downside of momentum in the bearish control zone while volatility is ticked up. We're about to get a major sell signal in the jewel with the pink crossing below the yellow. We just about to get a silver cross to the downside. Like it's not looking good, bros, for Tether. And right now we could, like, if we continue to see a move up, I am expecting this 5 EMA to reject. If we get above the 5 EMA, sure, it's possible, definitely possible. Somewhere around here, almost certainly to rejects, however, and likely just puts in another lower high. Although the reason why I'm thinking that it doesn't have that, if we do get a move up here, it's later rather than sooner, is because I don't expect this wick high to get taken at about 5.11%. Because once you start taking that, then you have more of a probability of coming back up to retest this 100. So I feel like if we do continue to go up, it's going to be where these moving averages drop down, and then this 9 EMA is sitting somewhere around this zone. But as of right now, if we were to reject at this point, it would be at the 5 EMA. Now let's shift over to RSI. No divergence. Is there? Let me zoom in. It's lower high, so no hidden bearish divergence. Nice for the Bulas. Come on, sometime today. There we go. Check the divergences on here. No hidden divergence. Oh, it's very nice to see that there's no hidden bearish divergences. Hourly, if it will load. Oh, very nice. Now, if you notice, hourly is still in an uptrend. We have a low right here, and as of this moment, we still have a higher low. But notice how momentum is dropping below all of these lows here, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence rate. As long as you as soon as you make a local bottom, And we're getting this consolidation off of contracting volatility from many periods of 100%. It's very close to giving you another volatility setup. As soon as you close over this wick high at about $97,307, I will confirm your hidden bullish divergence and then give you a minimum target if hitting this bullish control zone, which right now sits at about $98,222. A little bit lower, so there's any divergence there. And 30 minutes is about to form a third drive of bearish divergence. And it will confirm as long as you close below 97,000, what is this? 97,018. Oh, we close in 5 seconds. Let's see. Let's watch it together.
1, 0. Confirmed.
And there we go. The bearish divergence has been confirmed. We've hit the easy target, which is going to be this 21 EMA. Once you start to lose this 21 EMA, or does it line up? Yeah, it's a little bit lower to be if you want to be more conservative. Aggressive would be the 21 EMA. That'd be around 96,750. Once you start to lose that area, that's where you come into the territory of having your 3-day silver cross retested, and you're probably going to come down somewhere around $92,000. Let's see if that lines up. This area, where does that come? Any of our RSI targets? Very close to our bearish control zone, which is at $93,650. Now let's go to a slightly higher time frame. Daily currently has active drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low, and it is going to be active as long as you're closing above $93,450. And your next move on that divergence is going to be a move into the simple moving average, which you're coming from very low volatility. And that simple moving average currently sits at about $107,000, which is currently just below 107.7, just below our current all-time highs. Uh-oh, did I move my line? See if any of our other RSI targets line up. Neutral zone kind of lines up with that 3-day, which is around 93K. Today still has active 3 drives of bullish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing above $93,450. And your next target off that divergence is going to be the critical zone, which right now is at 121. Interesting, 120s. 3-day has active bullish divergence as well. Going to be active as long as you're closing above 93,450. And your next move on that divergence is the critical zone, which is right now at 161,000. 160 appears again. Nothing on the 5-day. What really grinds my gears, especially mentioning this 5-day, is you're seeing people on Twitter talking about how momentum went lower than all of these lows. You have hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day. Well, the technical term for hidden bullish divergence is continuation divergence, continuation of trend. Does this look like an uptrend to you? Not me.
No.
So continuation of this trend would be down. That would not be a hidden bullish divergence. Weekly had a hidden bullish divergence active. Then we invalidated it. We put in a local bottom. The reason why this is not another drive of hidden bullish divergence is because we made a lower low. Can't have a hidden bullish divergence when the trend is not up. 2-week is where the trend where it still has hidden bullish divergence, still hasn't been invalidated, and it will be invalidated if you close below. It's going to be a little bit difficult, below $74,441. If you do invalidate that divergence, that's going to basically be enough for me that we're probably going to break these lows here, or not these lows, but these lows here at $73,000. Probably going to go a lot lower, and at an absolute minimum, we're coming to the $66,000 area. But I would say this bounce at $66,000 is just going to be a bounce, and that's it. It's not going to be a reversal. Maybe we bounce into somewhere around $75,000, but I would ultimately expect it to land somewhere around this 100 and around like low 50s. But right now, I am leaning towards that not happening, and I'm leaning towards this divergence continuing to play out to tag somewhere around that $120,000 zone. And that's coming off the back of 4% volatility on the 2-week. Last time we had volatility this low on the 2-week, we had our previous setup, which shall not be named. And then time before that, we had another one of those setups, which shall not be named. Let's call them the United States setups. The Estados Unidos setups.
Freedom setups.
Beautiful. We have monthly bearish divergence, which is still active, but very close to being invalidated. As you notice, this local bottom triangle forming right here, and this is going to confirm as local bottom and invalidate this bearish divergence as long as we close anywhere over $95,150. Which once that bearish divergence invalidates, this is going to be the first time bearish divergence has ever been invalidated, and we did not have a bear market. Although we still, to be fair, we had a move down of about 32%. So that's not nothing. But if you were to compare it to our previous bearish divergences, 54, 55%, or 55.69. It's a great number.
Nice.
This one, 87%. So that's quite a difference that we didn't have that. And you notice this, although this is going to take a long time to play out, or maybe it plays out next week. I don't know, but I would assume it takes a long time because this is a setup spreading for about 4 years. Massive inverse head and shoulders right here. You got your shoulder right there, you got your head, you got your next shoulder forming right here. And as long as you form a local bottom at this point and you close over 95,150, this is very likely gonna play out with that inverse head and shoulders, and you're gonna go minimum to this critical zone, which right now this number is gonna update. Don't get ahead of yourselves. It's sitting at $471,000. I mean, sure, low volatility on the monthly is gonna be a powerful move, but let's not say it's gonna do a 5x in price. Let's not get that crazy. Quarterly still has active 3 drives and bullish divergence, and it's going to remain active, came very close to invalidating it, but it will remain active as long as you're above $76,702. And your next target off that divergence, if you're going to go off the RSI, that would be the critical zone, and that critical zone sits at a quite retarded number, which will once again update, but right now it's sitting at $526,000. And now let's shift the tether, shift gears. Where is it? Whereas Bitcoin has active hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly, Tether still has active bearish divergence on the quarterly. And Tether's putting in a nice little massive head and shoulders right here, whereas Bitcoin is putting in an inverse head and shoulders to the RSI. Although this is not one of those head and shoulders targets that you should really take seriously, and not even one that I'm going to bother drawing out because it takes you to like negative 2.5% or negative 3%, and they will be paying you 3% on every Tether you own.
Finally,
Right now,
what I deserve.
yeah, they're treating us like we deserve to be treated. Princessa treatment or nothing. And your next target on this divergence right now is going to be this neutral zone, which is not going to be very difficult to hit because we're very close to it. And that neutral zone right now is sitting at, what do you know, 3.58%. Remember that 3.5% number of that 100 EMA? Monthly right now, we still have active hidden bullish divergence, although it's just a ball sack hair away from invalidating, and it will invalidate if you close below 4.94%. And then your next target is going to be a minimum move of this neutral zone, which right now sits at 3.99%. A lot of things telling us threes for Tether. B2E currently has regular bullish divergence active, although it's very close to invalidating. You get one more close below 5.16%, and that will invalidate, and then you're going to get a minimum move to this bearish control zone, which right now the bearish control zone sits at 4.11%. Go to the weekly. Weekly currently has active bearish divergence, and it confirmed on this close here, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.21%. Your next move is into the neutral zone, and you have a fresh sell signal on the jewel. Very interesting. Last time we had a fresh sell signal was right around here in the late 2024 on our last freedom setup, our last Estados Unidos setup. And that is taking us to the neutral zone, which last time, that's exactly where we went. Got a slight bounce at the neutral zone and then went to the bearish control zone. And the neutral zone right now sits at 4.37%. Bearish control zone sits at 3.17%. Please. 5. Let's zoom in on this RSI. And higher than all of these. Oh, very interesting. Notice how the RSI went higher than all of these levels here, but price is making a lower high. giving you possible hidden bearish divergence. Once you close below 4.96%, you're going to confirm that hidden bearish divergence. Right now, you still have it as an active silver cross to the upside, but it's right on the edge. And once you confirm that hidden bearish divergence, that silver cross is going to invalidate, and you will have minimum move to the bearish control zone, which right now sits at 4.31%. But from this low volatility, you're more likely to go to the critical zone, which is going to update. Right now, it's sitting at 1.35%. I'd like to see this somewhere around 3%. Go down a little bit. Two days has active 3 drives of bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.24%. You're already at the critical zone. The only other target I can really give you is the critical zone, which is at 4.62%. By the way, I just spent like $75 on an adapter for this Dyson hair dryer, and it doesn't work.
I told you it's beyond the adapter, it's the voltage.
The guy at the store told me it would do it.
Yeah, because the guy in the store wanted to sell you that. That's it just doesn't work. Do you have a beard trimmer?
Yeah, but I didn't bring it.
Oh, well, try plugging one of those in with the extension. It sounds like it's gonna explode. Hey, you live and you learn, though.
Fucking pendejo lied to me.
Not me.
Luckily, at least it was only $70, which is kind of a lot, kind of not. I don't know.
Oh, after this live stream, I'm gonna go return it. You know what type of person I am.
Oh, yes.
Now we will shift to the momentum chart.
You would do that.
That's me, sir. Alrighty. Quarterly is now still positioned to the upside. We're entering into the critical zone for the first time in Bitcoin history, and we are going to be pointed up as long as we are above $93,000. This pivot used to be somewhere around $48,000 when it went up to 93. I'm not gonna lie, that was very terrifying for me. Made me a lot more on the side that we're probably in a bear market. But the fact that it failed to break down and we bounced right off that $74,000 area started to make me shift a lot more, because that breakdown happened when stocks were absolutely fucking nuking. If bears couldn't take us below $70,000, then probably not gonna do that for, excuse me, quite some time. And watch them do it next week, just to prove me wrong. Well, if they do it next week, I'm not. I'm gonna blame it on Powell and say I wasn't wrong.
Good.
On the monthly, we are still positioned to the downside. We have a volatility setup. We are below 15%. And whenever we expand from 15%, right now on the monthly, it has a 100% hit rate. The 5-day has a 85%, but the monthly is a 100% hit rate. It's not going to always remain 100%. It's going to fail eventually. But as of right now, as long as it has a 100% hit rate, we have to assume it's going to continue to have a 100% hit rate until it doesn't. And that would give you a 100% chance of about a 30 to 35% move in the direction of momentum, but it's usually a lot more. The average is around 35%. And right now, if this volatility does expand while momentum is, or price is below $100,500, likely this is going to expand to the downside. But right now, it doesn't seem to me like that's going to happen. And the reason why, I'm going to show you on the lower time frames. But it still is a possibility, because we are losing the critical zone. And every time that we've lost the critical zone, it hasn't confirmed the loss of the critical zone yet, though. Got to point that out. We got 24 days left to go. Every time that we've lost the critical zone has been massive dump skis on Bitcoin, every single time. But if you flip around, hold the critical zone, not only will that invalidate our our bearish divergence, but notice we went lower than this level here on momentum, while price is making a significantly higher low, giving us monthly hidden bullish divergence. And the way to confirm that, it's going to be closing above $95,871. Monthly hidden bullish divergence with a volatility setup. That's recipe for some busting action. Go to the 2-week. 2-week is also giving us a volatility setup. 2-week has momentum slightly right around the edge of flipping back up. We will flip up if we can close over 99,950. Didn't make a lower low on here, so there's no hidden bullish divergence. Weekly is already positioned to the upside, we're exiting the bearish control zone now, very close to making our way into the bullish control zone, and we will remain pointed up as long as we're above $76,850. Now let's switch down. I hate people who DM me during live stream. They know I'm fucking live streaming. Week 5 days position to the upside as long as we're above $81,300. We're entering into the bullish control zone and we have volatility support. Last time we had momentum pointed to the upside with volatility support was right around here in late 2024 on the 5-day. The last Estados Unidos setup. 2 day is currently pointed down, but we will flip up if we can close tomorrow over $97,200. And significance of flipping up here will be maintaining the critical zone. If you look at the last time we flipped up and maintained the critical zone, it was in November of 2024. And we went from about $70,000 to $100,000 uninterrupted then. I'm not even looking for that type of a move. I only want 120s. Come on. Daily is currently positioned to the downside as well and has a very similar pivot as the 2-day. And it will flip up in about 8 hours and 44 minutes if we can close above $97,550. And if we can flip up here, that will also maintain the critical zone and probably give us that move up to about 99.5 to $100,000. Switch down to 4-hour. And 4 hour is also currently positioned to the upside on momentum, and it will remain up as long as your price is over $96,000. Switch to the higher time frame now. So right now on Bitcoin, it is shifting. Momentum is shifting. It's going away from the bears, going back into the bulls court. We're back above that quarterly pivot. Momentum is pointed up on the quarterly. The only one that's pointed down is the monthly and the 2-week, which right now it does seem like the weekly is going to bleed into those. And if the monthly does flip up, it's going to be the first time hitting the regular bearish divergence did not cause us a bear market. And not only will it invalidate our monthly bearish divergence, it's going to put in monthly hidden bullish divergence. And that will give, with volatility sitting at extreme lows, that's a recipe for some insane busting action. Usually, whenever we see volatility that low and momentum flipping up from these levels and putting in hidden bullish divergence, we get multiple X's on price. Although I'm not gonna put myself in that position and say we're gonna do several X's in price. I will only say 20% move up to cover my own ass. Although I am expecting more than 20%, I'm just gonna say 20%. And the only one, the ones that are starting to flip up now is everything below the 2-week. 2-week is the only one that's still bearish, and 2-week and the monthly have the similar pivot of around $100,000, telling you once you start to reclaim that $100,000 area, is probably when the volatility is going to start expanding on the monthly and the 2-week, taking you up to that monthly median of around $120,000. On the weekly, you have momentum pointed up. On the 5-day, you have momentum pointed up with volatility expansion. Even the only ones that are down right now is going to be the 2-day and the daily, which has a $97,500 pivot. If we close over that today, very likely our next local bottom is in, and we're probably going to go towards $100,000. And what tells me that that's likely that's going to happen is that the 4 hours is already positioned to the upside, and it's flipping back up freshly after this consolidation and move to the downside that we've had. So right now, my bias is if we lose about $96,000, I would be looking for a move to around 92s to touch that 3-day silver cross. Otherwise, I would be as long as we hold 96s, I would be looking for a move into around 99.5 to 100,000. Reject that area, move down a little bit. We that 3-day silver cross will have moved up at that point, maybe somewhere around like 94s, 95s. Retest that, and then I'd expect a move into 103s to somewhere around 106s. I don't think we're going to go straight to all-time highs and get another slight rejection, and then I think we blast through all-time highs.
The blasties. 1 second. Let me bring this up.
The busting action.
The busting motherfucking action. Thank you, sir. That was
busting action in my pants.
That was phenomenal, of course, as always. 1 second.
Okay. Oh fuck.
Here we go. And what else do I need? Okay. Alrighty. Right after this, let me tell you what's gonna go. What's happening right now. Wow. Hey Vimeo, do you mind just showing me the menus? That'd be fucking awesome. And there it is.
They're not. They're being fucky because of our outfits.
We got SoFi and Eurodollar.
I got SoFi.
Sounds good. Alrighty, I'll start. I'll get it going. Thank you. Thank you. Como pueden ver, estoy en el gráfico de 30 minutos porque estoy degenerado absolutamente. Pero vamos a empezar esto bien. Los voy a llevar a la diaria, a la de harina. Voy a quitar todo mi HPDR para que lo puedan ver primero bien y entendamos dónde estamos parados en este momento. Estamos en este rango. Continuamos. Ahora regresamos justamente a la parte donde este rango nos había traído al principio, donde estuvimos chopeando por 3 meses antes de caer al siguiente nivel. La cosa es, estamos un poco en medio de la nada. Lo pueden ver acá. No estás justamente en esta línea, que es lo que nos da reacciones estilo esta, expansiones, o tampoco estás aquí abajo, que es donde tuviste el breakout oficial y fuerte para ir a esta zona. Estás literalmente flotando en medio en una velita de indecisión muy potente que te pone en la mesa lo que te pone en la mesa, que Powell va a haber mamadas. Va a jugarla para arriba, va a jugarla para abajo y vamos a ver qué se da exactamente. Tengan sus apuestas bien controladas, por el amor de Dios, no se les vaya a ir la mano en Alger, la patona. Ok, con eso dicho, vamos a empezar el análisis de los bitcoins en la de 3 meses, por supuesto. La trimestral. En la trimestral podemos ver, una vez más, continuamos esta tendencia alcista, ahora sí empujando por encima de nuestra zona de fricción en los 94,830 y estamos cotizando en 97,000 en este momento, $47. ¿Qué es lo que nos gustaría ver? Vimos el tope el día de ayer en los 97,897 más o menos, espérame, es más, te lo voy a poner claro, 97,948 en este gráfico de Coinbase. Ha estado con fuerza. Estamos en una clara tendencia alcista, por supuesto, y estamos creando altos, más altos. Eso nos pone una tendencia alcista, bajos más altos. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, encima del 5, encima del 21, 34. Todo bien. Y además tenemos en este momento el precio en la parte más alta que ha estado cualquier cierre en la historia de Bitcoin, lo que nos hace pensar que esto es todavía más alcista. Voy a rápidamente ponerles el HPDR para que vean dónde estamos parados. La parte alta del HPDR trimestral, que todavía falta bastante para cerrar, falta 1 mes y 24 días, está en los $113,000, 113,800. De poder aguantar la zona de los 88,000, que es justamente donde está nuestra media en esta línea meme, deberíamos de poder llegar a esta zona a crear un nuevo máximo histórico. De perder esta zona, se incrementan las probabilidades de ir a los 69,000, pero por ahora no hay nada que nos ponga en esa postura en este momento. Un mes. Estamos a punto de tocar la media y aquí va a ser la pregunta del millón en los 99,751. ¿Vamos a venir a tocar la media y nos va a dar un rechazo plano y nos va a traer a los 74? ¿O vamos a romper la media en los 99,000 y nos vamos a ir a la parte alta de la zona azul en los $124,000? Esto ya es un gráfico mensual, aunque todavía faltan 24 días y 9 horas para cerrarlo, pero en el gráfico mensual seguimos una postura bastante alcista, lo pueden ver acá, donde nuestro mínimo más mínimo localmente hablando fue justamente acá en los 74,420,69 centavos. ¿Me estás chingando? O sea, ¿es en serio ese número? You guys see the bottom of this candle is 74,420.69.
Oh, beautiful number.
Nah, this is fake. This is obviously a simulation. This is crazy.
It's
like
these
the first...
these algos are probably coded to do that too, to be honest.
It's fucking disgusting and I love it. Wow. Qué locura, vivimos en una simulación. El hecho que esta vela haya tocado fondo en 74, 420, 69. O sea, qué locura, como el segundo tope de Bitcoin en los $69,000 en el último ciclo, justamente acá. Güey, algo nos está jugando la simulación, señores. Pero bueno, vamos a regresar, vamos a ver nuestra volatilidad. Volatilidad continúa contrayendo al punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla mensual de Bitcoin. Impresionante. Esto quiere decir que nos está preparando un movimiento muy agresivo, sea la alza o sea la baja. Así que el siguiente movimiento nos va a dar extremos en 125 o hasta los 74,000 de vuelta. Vamos a mantener un ojo bien pelado por acá. Este es el único gráfico que tiene divergencia bajista todavía activa, pero también tenemos el setup de volatilidad más duro de toda la historia en esta tabla, en la de 2 semanas de Bitcoin. Estamos por debajo del 15% en volatilidad también con el promedio y solamente vamos a esperar a que salga de acá y ver para dónde va. La parte baja de la zona azul está en 91,842, que es bastante a gusto y tranquilo. El EMA 9 en la de 2 semanas se encuentra en los 90,641 y el 50% en los 87. Perdiendo esta zona y regresando al 21, que está en abajo de los 88,986, deberíamos estar preocupados. No, el 21 está en 83, cabrón. 83,977. Para nosotros es esta línea meme lo que nos va a marcar todo en los 88,900. Eso va a ser una gran guía para lo que estamos viendo. 5 días habíamos tenido este setup que nos había dado la tabla, pero después volatilidad contrajo por debajo del promedio y continúa en esa postura. Por ahora, estamos por encima de la media. Ni siquiera la venimos a tocar, a retestear y estamos buscando estos $103,000 en la semanal. Vamos a ver si se pueden dar. Pero de fallar acá, regresarte, que esta sea una vela topera y tener aquí abajo, perder los 92,835, te van a poner en una tesitura donde esta línea va a tener que aguantar y si no aguanta va hacia la parte baja de la zona azul, que está en $81,000 en estos momentos. Y eso sería absolutamente letal para toda la gente que está en longs, obviamente. 5 días me había parecido interesante por volatilidad. Efectivamente, en el 5 días volatilidad está expandiendo y está expandiendo ante este subidongo y todavía tiene bastante fuerza para continuar expandiendo. Recordemos que se puede dar la vuelta el precio, por supuesto, y volatilidad continúa expandiendo y eso sería básicamente la jugada más pinche de todas, pero es realista. Así que por ahora, con poder cerrar por encima de los 96,500, vas a tener un viaje gratuito a los $101,000. Así que ahí lo pone en la mesa rápidamente. La parte del 38,2%, cerrar por encima de los 96,472 nos deberían de catapultar a la zona del 50%. Vamos a ver si sí o si no. Bla, bla, bla. 3 días. 3 días, tenemos un cruce plateado por acá, estamos por encima de la zona azul, nuestro promedio del 9 está en la parte alta de la zona azul, en los 92,981, por lo que en algún punto vamos a venir a tocar esto, definitivamente. En algún punto vamos a regresar por acá, a rebotar y ahí encontraremos nuestro bajo más alto y dar continuación a lo alto. De perder los 92,000, vamos a tener una muy buena probabilidad de venir a caer justamente a los 90,000 bajos, altos 89. Diaria también tiene un cero de volatilidad preparándose, está por debajo del 15%, el promedio también, y ahora estamos en 4,76%. Vamos a ver qué va a hacer que esto explote a la alza o a la baja. Por ahora tiene más probabilidades de venir a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 98,327 que caer. Pero déjenme les enseño algo. Yo tengo resistencia en este gráfico sucio, justamente donde está el 38,2% en los 98,833. Yo voy a dejarme esto guardado acá y la razón por qué es, quiero mantenerlo en la cabeza, porque todo el mundo está esperando el rechazo en los 99,000 mínimo, en los 100,000 y el 98,800 es un número que nadie se esperaría para el primer rechazo. No estoy diciendo que el fin del mercado, solamente estoy diciendo el primer rechazo. Y eso lo tenemos en la diaria en esta en este gráfico donde lo pueden ver justamente 98.835 es donde yo esperaría que el precio encuentre tenga una reacción. Ahora, yo ayer vendí mi long llegando a esta línea. Eso fue lo que me hizo vender al Chile y funcionó perfecto. De nuevo, todas estas zonas de fricción, que es donde el precio intercambia manos, va a encontrar una reacción. Y ahora no me quiero quedar con todo el dinero que estoy ya marcando y ganando en ese long. Acá a ver que si baja y a ver si baja al punto correcto y luego rebota. No, voy a vender acá y voy a esperarme a posicionarme una vez más en el mercado. Así que es lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Por ahora, y los voy a traer de vuelta al gráfico normal de Bitcoin, se ve bastante bien, todavía pinta bastante alcista. Tenemos que obviamente romper y llevarnos este máximo en los 97.900, que fue lo que habíamos tocado. ¿Qué fue esto? Hace 1, 2, 3, 4, hace 5 días, y es lo que nos gustaría. Ahora, ¿nos posicionamos en este momento tal cual como estamos parados en esta tabla? Yo diría que no valdría la pena. La razón por qué es porque lo que puede ser es un corto en extremos, porque el corto está más para acá, pero lo del corto va a ser una tendencia alcista. Cuando estás en una tendencia alcista, tienes muchas más probabilidades de acertar cuando apuestas junto con la tendencia. La cosa es, aquí simplemente hay un trade gratis, básicamente. Si es que esto llega a subir un poco más y nos pone en esa tesitura, pero por ahora yo creo que va a jugarnos en este nivel hasta que Powell hable y vamos a ver a dónde va. Pero lo que sí es, vamos a ver volatilidad para arriba y para abajo. Ahora, dominancia de Tether, estamos viendo que estamos por debajo de todo, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, tenemos también volatilidad al cero en Tether, y esto nos dice que va a haber un setup bastante fuerte y eso nos podría llevar al 4.7%. Ese 4.7% donde actualmente estamos en este momento son 7.48% y eso en un movimiento de Bitcoin nos llevaría digamos un 7% de donde estamos ahorita a los $104,000. Si es que es relativo 1 a 1 el movimiento, que normalmente no lo es. Lo que quiero apuntar con Tether es que tiene cara bajista. Pueden ver que empezamos de estos mínimos, ya nos lo llevamos, tenemos nuevos mínimos por acá y los siguientes a romper son el 4.77% a la baja. Ya tuviste un breakdown de esta tendencia alcista en la que estabas y ahora yo creo que podríamos hacer esto. Vamos a sacar un canal paralelo a ver si algo nos aparece por acá. Y estaríamos cayendo debajo de este canal paralelo, tío. Sí, estás oficialmente rompiéndolo a la baja. Y esto te debería llevar mucho más para abajo. Vamos a ver en la semanal cómo se ve esto. Semanal, vela de indecisión, continuación a la baja. En la semanal estás creando una postura bajista, pero siempre y cuando no te lleves los 4,90 y tantos %, vas a estar bien. Déjame, vamos a la dominancia de Bitcoin porque ha estado en fuego, en llamas, damas y caballeros. Pueden verlo por acá. Hemos absolutamente sacudido todas las resistencias, nos las hemos llevado para arriba y acá estamos en 65.48%, algo que no veíamos desde el 2021 en enero. Ahora, una vez más, quieres ser alcista en altcoins, vas a necesitar que esta cosa se dé la vuelta y en la caída, ahí es donde posicionas para altcoins, para NFTs y todas esas cosas. Por ahora, mientras veas esto subiendo, no es la mejor idea del planeta. Bitcoin va a tener más, debería de tener relativas más ganancias que esto. Así que vamos a ver cómo se da. Pero ahí lo tienen, Bitcoin alcista, la dominancia de Bitcoin también alcista en la semanal con un setup de volatilidad que nos debería llevar tranquilamente al 67% como mínimo y después al 71%. Y ya, así de fácil, tíos, así de fácil. Ahí tienen Bitcoin, vamos a darle a SoFi, como de que no, o a el eurodólar. What do we got, boys?
The euro.
1 second. Euro. Yeah.
Euro. All right, here we are. Oh, let's see what's good with it. Let me delete all these LARP lines. Lots of LARP lines. Clean the chart up a bit. We're professionals here at ETA.
Absolutely. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Anyways, here we are on Euro USD. I mean, the bias has been for the last, basically the beginning of May. We were talking about this scenario where, Dixie, right? We're going to talk about Dixie if we're talking about Euro, because that's what it all correlates with, the dollar, right? Dollar's bullish, Euro and JPY and GBP will all go down essentially. JPY will go up, Euro will go down. It's always the inverse correlation to Dixie. But Euro is actually the most weighted asset, I believe, to Dixie. So they really do correlate nicely with each other. We've been on the camp that Dixie's grinding out a bottom. I mean, we first had a weekly hammerhead leading to this almost like inverse head and shoulders we identified. Now, not the cleanest, I will say, but it still is there. And as long as we don't really take out $98.94.8, so it's 98.948. As long as we don't take that low out, this should be valid to go up. Now, what you're noticing though is we are getting resistance right at the meme line, and that makes sense. This zone's pretty important for essentially Dixie to reclaim, right? This zone here, right at $99.64, basically, marked a major bottom here in July. We see once we end up getting back above that zone, it generally is like a breakout zone. So with what we know on that level being so important, this is very crucial for bulls to push up and close above the daily 9. There's really no reason to overcomplicate things. If we know that the daily 9 is above the meme line, above the median, then we should be gauging the daily 9. But you'd already be gauging that just simply based on how this has been solidly rejecting the whole way down, basically since March, beginning of March. We've just been solidly rejecting that daily EMA 9. So two-day, my apologies, two-day EMA 9. So any two-day close above the EMA 9, for me, will confirm that, yeah, this is really then solidifying the bottom scenario. Technically speaking, getting back above that two-day EMA 9 could signal a move all the way back up closer to the EMA 34, basically filling out this major dump candle that we had in April. Now, a move up to that 34 is going to be quite important, because what you're going to notice is we technically have a bearish, we have an SFP from there, right? We reclaimed it, we lost it, we haven't retested it since. So getting up to this point, you have to be very cognizant of the idea that this definitely could roll over from that point and either deviate the 99.677 region, 99.69 region, or it actually holds it, right? Any holds above this will be really good to move up. Now, Dixie on the weekly, to me, was kind of giving me the bias that we were at least trying to grind out some bottom. Now, why would I think that? Well, we were at extremes. This did shift down, but we were basically pressing the 95%. We were very far from the weekly 9. We haven't hit the weekly 9 since beginning of March. And so, it just seemed very probable to at least get a mean reversion bounce, which means just a counter trend bounce, to at least very minimum test that weekly 9, which hasn't been tested in, a few months. That on the flip side would be a 1.76% move, which is very big for Dixie. Now, we have an economic day today. Powell's going to come out, and remember, fundamentals are what drives Forex, where it's quite the opposite for crypto. Fundamentals are everything for currencies. And so today you're going to have news that will directly impact the dollar. You have to watch this carefully. As it stands now, to me, I'm still bullish on Dixie. This is still looking very good. And what we actually have now is a daily trend shift. I'm gauging this as the last lower high here. It's shallow, yes, but my system allows this to be the last lower high, lower low. Trend shift, is this the higher low now? I'm curious to see where that weekly 5 is? Okay, so that weekly 5's right there. Not really relevant in my opinion as of right now. What about the daily? What about the daily 5? That's what I wanted to look at. Daily 5. Oh, and so yeah, we're even surprisingly the 5 and the 9 are just almost touching tips. So it's going to be very crucial for Dixie Dollar to get that daily and 2-day close above that 99.69 level. Check the 2-day 9. I mean the 2-day 5. Yeah, and that's where we're slightly getting rejection. But there's hopium here, right? We're getting that bounce off that 2-day median. And we've been pretty much under this median for a very, very long time. I mean, reclaimed it slightly here in April before this was a bull trap leading to a major dump. So, this is at least looking somewhat positive for bulls. Specifically, that is what we would need if this was going to be a bottom. With volatility now in reset mode, we know it went to extremes on this dump, so the counter opposite move would be a rally up. See here. It's just that resistance. I mean, no matter how you look at it, that resistance, the 5-day did reclaim though. That's some hopium there. The 5-day did reclaim support. This could just be the throwback. And what this could solidify for me is just that, yeah, the daily is potentially grinding out a higher low here, right? What comes after a higher low, a higher high, and you'd have to target, for how I look at things, getting back above the 9 gives you a move up to the 21. You get back above the 21, you go to the 34. And something to note about these moving averages on Forex is they work stupendously well, better than stocks and crypto, in my opinion. And then you get back above that 34, you'll get a free move up to the EMA 100, which is very relevant at this point because what you see is you have this breakdown essentially. So rallying back up to this would be a major channel. This would be the breakdown retest essentially. If you went all the way up, this would be the EMA 100, SMA 200, EMA 200, and also just simply where we're at on the chart. This was the breakdown zone. So this will be very important for bulls to actually get back above, which is the SMA 200, which is on any chart very important. Don't find it a coincidence that it's sitting right around this region here. Now, let me see. I need to extend my meme lines now, actually, because that's what's throwing me off a bit. Let me do that. That's all I really ever do. I don't ever add lines. I just extend them. Okay, that should work for now. And what I like about this is the 34 is perfectly lining up with that resistance level. This is very important. This white line as well, right? You can be gauging the daily 9, the 2-day 9. It's the start of a rally. And then getting back above that daily 34 is what will confirm to you, in my opinion, that a major move is coming, and you can expect 103.67 to 103.484. So a little range there. But it's going to be dependent on first that daily 9 getting reclaimed at 99.649. Until then, bulls are going to very shallowly try to put in some bullish structure here. And, this is still looking like a higher low. If you trade Forex and you're bullish on Dixie, you just don't want April 28th low to get taken out. So now that we're on the bias that Dixie looks bullish, it's grinding out a bottom. It's looking like it potentially wants to go up. And yeah, then now we can look at Euro, right? And so Euro then to me, let's go to the daily, is at a big spot, right? We're within this big range here. If we just, right, if we just take another line, take it from that high, we're just in a range essentially. On the flip side here, whereas Dixie is potentially still under the 9, rejecting resistance. And this is resistance. Don't get it twisted. This is resistance. The hopium scenario of a bottom and a bounce is formulating now with the structure I'm trying to show with the higher lows and higher highs. But as long as you're under this red line, I mean, it is going to have more of a chance of coming down. And that's why it's going to be more of a race against time. It's going to be more... it's going to be more important essentially for bulls to step in sooner rather than later. That's a good way to frame it. I mean, Minus all these, this red line here is very important because this was holding each macro low that we would form. So, the fact that we already have SFP, this is already technically bullish, technically speaking. You just got to see this start holding. So we know the 5-day and the weekly have reclaimed it. Let's check the 3-day. 3-day as well. So now you have the 3-day, the 5-day, and the weekly. This has to hold. If this starts losing and deviating it, yeah, it's going to really then start looking like we're wrong on this, and Dixie's going to come down a lot lower. Lower for me will have to come, right around $93.42. Big drop here from this point. So it's going to be important for bulls to step in, like I said, sooner rather than later. Because what we're seeing now is, on the flip side, Euro essentially is holding the daily 9. It reclaimed it. Now it's basing off of it. So what you're seeing is you're getting nice confluence of the daily 9, and I bet you the 2-day 9, 2-day EMA 9, yeah, is holding as well. You see how well this works? And something to note about this 2-day EMA 9 is it's been perfectly respected since we broke out in late February. So how can we decipher this? If you are bearish, let's say, on Euro, you got to start seeing this $1 and it's 1.12572, because the numbers are very important for Forex. So 1.12572, you start seeing that get lost. Okay, this will then start looking like a major top with a 2-day shooting star. So you have an easy invalidation, and your confirmation of a top will be, once you start deviating that zone. You can see here that this rejection zone led to a major dump on Euro, and then even a slight front run of it here. So visually, you can see this is bullish, right? Like, it's literally flipping these highs into support, and that's why it's very key for the 2-day on Dixie to reclaim the 9, and for Euro to actually lose the $1 and 1.12567 level. It's the line in the sand. Let's see if the HPDR can give us confluence of that idea. Oh, and look at that. You have the bottom of the 38.2%, almost right there. So if we start closing 2 days under this zone here, this dotted green, white line, this isn't a breakdown now. And next target will be 1.11471 to all the way down to 1.10089. Pretty big drops from this point. I mean, we're talking about a 1% to potentially all the way to 2.2%. Now, I know we're crypto traders. That's just nothing more than a Sunday morning for us. But for Forex traders, that's very big. And that's why we want to be very cognizant of the day-to-day and the reaction of the dollar. Because as it stands, it seems to me like bulls are grinding bullish structure. And per the HPDR on the 2-day, this is still bullish and should have a measured move up to, testing these wicks here, essentially right around 100. Gosh, I can't speak. 100.189. So basically $100.20. That's going to be the next target. Assuming these lows hold. So it's really like a tricky spot here for Dixie. It's going to be really important and what you're noticing is you're going to get, it's no coincidence that this is kind of at the end of it. So today you're going to get that move. You're either going to break out and reclaim, in my opinion, that zone right at the daily 9. You're going to see that get reclaimed, or you're going to see this breakdown. That's it. I mean, we can look at not that Euro. We can look at the higher time frames now, because something to note on the higher time frames is we are getting pretty big volatility setups still. Euro is somewhat at the lowest volatility we've seen. On the 6-month, the 3-month years, also giving us a major volatility setup. We've talked about these before, but this 3-month setup specifically is very crucial for Euro, because this is what kind of guides the major macro moves. And generally speaking, these have been down. Right? We've had some that have been up, of course, but generally speaking, when we do see this volatility start moving, it is on bearish price action. And so we are getting that, right? We are at resistance on the 3-month. We are hitting the 3-month EMA 100. And again, just a good reason to be more on the defensive, because when you're getting people saying that the euro is going to out dominate the dollar, and Trump's even coming out like 2-3 weeks ago saying the dollar is looking a little weak than usual, probably is going to bounce soon. It's just kind of blaring obvious signs. And then when you see this, the quarterly hitting the EMA 100, this is significant. I mean, what was the last reaction here? Okay, chop, fine, lower high here, dump. Okay, cool. You can see once it reclaimed it, this is what sparked essentially that move up, right? Green dildo. We had bullish price structure. That's why it's very important to just watch the little things on the chart. Bullish price structure telling you, okay, this should be the higher low invalidation here. It works nice. And then this was
Yeah. Alex got stuck. 1 second, everyone.
your con, just so everyone knows. That's literally insane. So on the flip side,
Repeat
now
that point.
we've had
That last point.
Your voice cut out for like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we can see here that the little details on the chart is what I always gauge, right? These higher lows would have told you, okay, bulls are trying to put in some bottoms, similar to how we're interpreting this now, on Dixie at least, I should say, not euro. But the point being that once that EMA 100 got reclaimed on the quarterly, this led to a parabolic move on euro, over 60%. That's massive. And you can see that the rally purely started once we reclaimed it. Now, you can also say the dump started once we lost it, right? You lost it, and then from this point, you ended up going down 14%. That's a lot. Okay, so now what do we have? Well, we've lost it here. So this is gone. This is lost. And then we rallied up. We tried to reclaim it here. We did. On reclaim here, we did go up 6.5%. Still very massive, honestly. And then we reclaimed it here, and we went up another 5%, but it was a lower high. That's what you would have been watching. Remember, little details in the charts can help us. Lower high. And so now what do we have? Well, we have the quarterly rallying up on low volatility, hitting major resistance, while also pressing the top of the 38.2%. Per my system, this should be a bearish retest. Boom. And this was the bearish retest that is getting everyone max bullish on euro. And that's probably why the dollar is at a major spot. The SMA 200 on the quarterly, which is insane. Because there really hasn't been that much price action with this quarterly SMA 200. So you're at really big zones on the chart overall, and you're getting big monthly volatility setups. Now let's segue to the monthly, because this is important. Another reason on why I was convinced that potentially we're going to see a bottom in May on Dixie was simply based on this. Remember, I was talking about if the monthly loses this EMA 100, okay, pack it up, probably going to end up going all the way back down. I don't use the EMA 200 for Forex, all the way back down closer to that, 93 to maybe even 91, 70 level. It's very crucial for us to see this EMA 100 hold, because all this is a breakout and a very slow back test with, that's it. Yeah. Breakout to a back test, similar to this, right? Breakout, very slow, but it was a back test. And then this is what led to the bullish momentum. Now, yes, it failed and we went down, but I mean, you still at this point went up 14% on the dollar. So it's the same exact setup. You're just looking at this, the back test after the breakout. And this is really helping me with my bias on Dixie bottoming here. You should be then gauging the next move to be where? 103.50. Isn't that odd? Because that lines up nicely with what I was saying on the daily, right? The daily reclaims the 9. You're going to get a move up to the 21. You start reclaiming back above the 34, 101.14, or on the 2-day, you start getting back above the 2-day 9. Then you're going to get that move to the EMA 100, which is right around that 103 zone, which lines up nicely with the monthly chart. This is very sold down. I'm curious to see where we were. Okay, so we're in a process of a breakdown, slightly concerning, and this tells me then that we need to see bulls kind of step up this month, and this will just end up being a bear trap, in my opinion. You have the breakdown, and then you got to see this get back above, essentially line in the sand 104. Gets back above 104, the party's back on, and you're going to see basically Dixie go to 106 to 107 very fast. You have on the monthly, the median, the 9, the EMA 21. You have the daily SMA 200 there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you have the daily EMA 100. So that's a pretty good metric to, if you don't want to aggressively trade within this chop, just sit on your hands and wait for Dixie to reclaim the monthly EMA 9. And then at that point, it'll give you confluence that, yes, Euro's probably topped. You'll get an easy SFP short once we lose the EMA 100, which on the monthly, it's holding. And this is very significant because if this does hold, next move will be 120 essentially, which is absolutely madness from here. Talking about a 5% move. So it's going to be very crucial, in my opinion, for bears essentially to start rejecting Euro within the next week. This week, essentially, you're basically betting on this to be the top, and this is just going to BART essentially. It's kind of like what Farhan was saying. This is like the BART formation, then you're going to go down. But it's still above support, so that's why I'm saying if you are trying to short Euro, right now is not the time. We can look at the daily and just see that. Where are you going to short it? Are you going to you could short it here and have your stop here, but it's quite aggressive, isn't it? Especially when we know that the daily 9 just got freshly reclaimed. Instead, it's in my opinion more wiser to just trade what we know, and we know the 2 days been well respected. We know that this $1 and like 12 cents, 1.12527 level is very important. Just wait for the deviation of that. Short the 2-day EMA 9 and target around 1.103. It's very simple. Until then, Euro has more of a chance of breaking out against the dollar. And that's why for me now, it's going to be quite important to see the reaction, especially on this Fed day, because yes, Euro's looking quite bullish, but I'm still not convinced that, Dixie's going to roll over here. It's still looking kind of nice. But, you are under resistance. So really my bullish stance on Dixie is nothing more than just speculation. The chart is telling me it's bearish. We are in a monthly breakdown. We are under all major moving averages. The daily can't even get it above the EMA 9. This is bearish, and that's why at least then we can identify the tiny details in the chart and understand where we need to get back above, which is essentially that 120 level. 120 will be a really good level to reclaim. You get back above there, you are in a confirmed uptrend, and then you'll really have to consider that 103 to 104 level coming. And for Euro, that could mean 2-day loses the 9. You could aggressively start moving down to that 1.103. You lose that, okay, it's Jover. We're probably going to end up going down to 1.08 to, 1.08. You better hope that holds. If it doesn't, probably going to see 1.047 again. So it all really does depend on these levels that we're at currently. So in summary, because I know that was kind of all over the place, but in summary, you're gauging the 2-day 9 on Euro. You want 1.12567 to deviate. That'll give you a logical SFP short, and you'll position on the 2-day EMA 9. That's been basically holding us this whole rally. So why wouldn't it then be major resistance if we can deviate it? On the flip side, today's a very important day for the dollar. And also what we're seeing is it's under major resistance and potentially in a monthly breakdown. So it's going to be very crucial sooner than not to see bulls actually green dildo up. This still could happen with this inefficiency here, but as long as we're under 120, meaning 100.2, you're going to be just more rejective than not. As soon as that 2-day starts reclaiming the 9, breaking this wick high, we're going to squeeze up and you're going to see 101.70 to 102 essentially. That's going to be the next big zone. Get back above this red line here. This opens up the new range, and then we can start talking about that monthly EMA 9 retest. But even if the dollar went all the way back up to 103, 104 even, we'll call it 103. If the dollar really did bounce all the way up to this point, you still have to be very cautious of this rejecting the 9, because the monthly 9 really led the major rejection down last month. So if we can't get back above the zone and the daily SMA 200 rejects, the monthly EMA 9 rejects, the monthly median rejects us, I mean, yeah, it's just not going to be good. So this is an easy chart if you wait, right? If you're a patient person and you understand how important where we're at right now on this chart, meaning we're either going to capitulate from this point and lose the monthly EMA 100, which is a big event, or you're actually going to hold it, then this can help guide your trades. If you want to be patient, you're just waiting essentially for that 2-day EMA 9 to get reclaimed on Dixie and to short the 2-day EMA 9 on Euro. It's just quite the opposite. So that's all I have. Today will be important for Dixie. Don't get it twisted. It's looking bullish to an extent, but you are under major resistance here. So as long as you're under this zone, got to be very cautious if you're scaling longs. But there is legitimate reason to be bullish on Dixie at these levels. And I will say bottoms are hard to grind out. They look bearish, and they're supposed to look bearish at bottoms. It's not supposed to be blaring, obviously bullish at bottoms. Then everyone would make money, right? And so with what I see, as long as this monthly EMA 100 holds, it could literally just do this for multiple months. But as long as we stay above it, this will then give us the move back up to the EMA 9, very minimum. So you can decipher this monthly setup on the lower time frames like the daily and the 2-day. And if you play Euro, which is the most weighted against Dixie, just play the 2-day on it. It's very simple. Why overcomplicate it? We know it's been holding this whole time. We know this dotted line is very important. If we take essentially May 1st low out, we're in a confirmed downtrend. You'll short the lower high and you'll target 1.03. That's all I have on that. Forex is always fun.
Perfecto. Yeah, it is fucking awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, dying over here. I don't know what the fuck.
That
Okay.
sucks.
Yeah,
sore?
I stretched, and because I need to stretch my hips and my legs, and I went too low on the stretch, and something inside my right side of the body just felt like it exploded, and I got so dizzy. And right now I just don't have strength. I have no idea. I've never done this before. No idea what it is. So that's awesome.
Like your appendix rupture or something? You don't think it's that?
Could be, but I don't think I would be standing right now. But I don't think that's it.
Yeah, that's insanely painful.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. I got super dizzy and almost passed out, but I'm fine now, kind of. Fucking. Yeah, don't get old, guys. Try to do whatever Brian Johnson's doing. Don't die.
Yeah.
Shove your pinky up your ass. That's what I think. That's the way that you live forever. But I'm not
Only
sure.
a pinky. I was using my whole fist.
I'm not a scientist. That could be why it's not working, sir.
I'm something of a scientist myself.
Ok, estamos viendo el euro contra el dólar, damas y caballeros. Por supuesto, el euro comenzó a cotizar, bueno, aquí pone el gráfico hasta los 70s. Tenemos el gran bajón del 85, el potente bajón en los tempranos 2000 y después el último bajón en, ¿cómo se llama? En el 2022, lo que vimos todos después de lo de la guerra. Y aquí es donde todos nos tenemos que preguntar qué sigue. Porque honestamente el euro hizo tope en el 2008, desde el 2008 está haciendo altos más bajos y parece que va a continuar la tendencia, además de que está haciendo bajos más bajos y ahorita simplemente está dando el famoso vamos a ver qué pasa. Así que para toda la gente que en verdad ama a Pedro Sánchez, a Emmanuel Macron, a todos estos cracks en Europa que han revolucionado el cómo destruir a toda una población, pues bueno, esto debería de ir para arriba. Si es lo que piensas, ¿no? Europa está a punto de empezar a manufacturar más vacaciones para todo el mundo. Van a empezar a manufacturar más burocracia y eso debería hacer que el euro explote al cielo porque todo el mundo quiere más burocracia. No, ya, en serio. Top en el 2008, están viendo un gráfico mensual. Cada una de estas velas es un mes, por eso es tan comprimido. Y además de todo, tenemos un setup en volatilidad explotando en este momento a la alza dentro de todo esto. Y este setup nos ha llevado de literalmente el dólar, el euro en casi la paridad con el dólar, hasta donde lo vimos ahorita en el 1.158 por dólar, obviamente. Algo que rápido quiero que notemos es sencillo. SMI 200 es esta línea morada que viene por acá, apenas si se puede ver. ¿Ok? Toque, ruptura, ruptura, toque, 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 y luego vienes a retesteo y no ha habido un retesteo. Esta sería la siguiente tocada del SMI 200 desde 1900, desde el 2018. Ahora, como sería la segunda, y la última vez que tuvimos una segunda aguantó, yo esperaría que esto vaya a ser un rechazo si es que llegamos hasta ese punto, que podría ser simplemente en el 1.2. 1.2 es donde encontraríamos esa zona de rechazo en el euro, pero todavía no sabemos si es cierto o no. Otra cosa que también quería hacer era esto, un segundo. Solamente para ver rápido acá yo mis propias pendejadas. Ok, este es un breakout importante, entonces vamos a ver cómo lo va o si simplemente va a ser un SFP, lo vamos a tirar una vez más para abajo. La otra cosa que podrías argumentar es que a través de todo este tiempo, la tabla continúa siendo mínimos más altos. Y es cierto, porque este es un mínimo en el 84, este es un mínimo en el 2000, este es un mínimo en el 2022, y son cada uno más alto, lo que no hemos visto un nuevo más alto en el euro. La cosa es, una vez más, por qué el euro va a tener más valor que cualquier otra moneda. Pero vamos a analizarlo simplemente viendo los gráficos y olvidémonos de cualquier cosa que sepamos de política o de cómo funciona el mundo, etcétera. Desde el 2018 hemos estado haciendo altos más bajos en el euro y hemos hecho bajos más bajos. Esta es la primera vez que estamos desde el 2022 formando lo que parece ser una divergencia alcista de precio con este fondo acá bajo la paridad de 95 centavos por dólar. A llegar a este punto en este momento, donde hemos visto el repunte desde el 2025 tan fuerte del euro. Pero esto va amarrado a lo que todo el mundo piensa del dólar. Todo el mundo, viste el gráfico del euro, ¿no? Ok. ¿Esto se ve alcista o no comparado con el euro? Una vez más, te voy a llevar al gráfico del euro para que veas el euro. Vamos a ponerlo desde el 2011, que es lo que estás viendo acá con el dólar, ¿ok? Voy rápido una vez más al euro. Y desde el 2011, básicamente acá, ha estado haciendo que el euro. Lo contrario que el dólar. Para que no perdamos perspectiva. El dólar en este momento se encuentra en un punto jugoso para cualquier especulador de bien. Cualquier especulador de bien estaría muy contento en este momento porque estás en la parte baja del canal. Y la parte baja del canal este es un canal que viene desde 2011 y lo ha respetado todo el tiempo. En cuanto tocamos arriba, venimos a retestear la media, arriba, media, rechazo de la media, para abajo el S&P 200 nos aguanta, trepamos por encima de la media, pero luego volvemos a caer a la parte baja del canal y luego volvemos a subir, creamos un nuevo alto local y ahora volvemos a caer. Si me echo todavía más para atrás en el dólar, vamos a ver qué es lo que hemos estado viendo. El dólar también ha estado en tendencia bajista a través del tiempo. Esto es algo que sabemos todos, simplemente porque, el dólar empezó a ser contado mucho antes. El dólar es la base del sistema monetario. Y además, el otro problema que tiene el dólar, que es justamente a donde vamos, que es, esta es mi estimación de que vamos a los 116 como siguiente objetivo, es que por más que hayamos hecho todos estos bajos más bajos hasta acá, eso paró en el 2007. Ese fue el fondo del dólar. Y desde entonces ha estado recuperando esta tendencia alcista y se ha estado subiendo a puntos importantes. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante saber esto? Porque esto va en contra, esto es como la dominancia de Tether contra Bitcoin, ¿no? Si esto sube, el euro baja. Si esto baja, el euro sube. Y han visto estas velas verdes, que son las que tiene el euro para arriba. Ahora, nunca hemos salido de este canal, solamente hemos hecho SFPs fuera de él. Se puede todavía lograr más SFPs, por supuesto, pero ya cuando estás en la parte baja del canal, estás viendo que el EMA 100 está aguantando, está rebotando en él y tu siguiente objetivo va a ser básicamente por acá arriba. Podrías pensar que esto va a ser un fondo y empezaste a encontrar un fondo local. Vamos a verlo, pero de todas maneras vamos a analizar más el euro en estos momentos. ¿Qué es lo que esperamos del euro? Hemos visto que desde el 2022 estamos haciendo altos más altos, bajos más altos. El siguiente y el siguiente punto importante del euro debería estar aquí arriba, justamente en la zona del 1.2, que es también donde viene el S&P 200 mensual. Por ahora estamos por encima del 100. El 100 lo habíamos hecho un S&P por acá, habíamos hecho este S&P por acá también del promedio del 100 y ahora vamos a ver si aguanta y no tenemos un SP del euro en este momento. Lo que yo estoy pensando es que muy probablemente vayamos a visitar la zona de acá, crear un alto más bajo que estos. Acá lo pueden ver así visual, se ve cómo es un alto más bajo y ese alto más bajo nos debería de dar, ¿qué? Un bajo más bajo que este. Y este bajo más bajo fue en 95 centavos y eso nos debería de poner al euro por ahí de 90 a 85 centavos por dólar. Mucha gente va a decir, pero ¿cómo, Alejandro? ¿Sabes cuántas vacaciones han reservado en Europa en estas fechas? Y esto también afecta al euro negativamente, por cierto. El hecho de que esté caro hace que menos gente vaya a Europa a gastar, por lo que eventualmente tiene consecuencias negativas. Por ahora ha estado muy barato, pero eventualmente va a haber el punto donde la gente diga, güey, si mi dólar está castigado, no voy a ir a vacacionar al paraíso de las vacaciones, simplemente me voy a quedar aquí, voy a ir a ver a Siegfried y Roy, que ya se murieron en Las Vegas. No sé si, creo que uno se murió, no sé si el otro no. Y ya. ¿Qué podemos esperar del euro? Vamos a ponerlo en la semanal. Es más, ¿saben qué? Déjenme ver en la mensual con el HPDR porque hay tantos datos en esto exactamente. Vamos a agregar un poco. Normalmente cuando estás en la zona azul, y déjenme ver esto, porque el euro no le gusta salirse a la alza de la zona azul más allá de el 83% acá. Este fue el 78%. Este fue igual, 50%. Ok, este breakout que tuvo fue al 50%, 50, 68%. O sea, al euro no le gusta irse más allá arriba de justamente esta zona. Y ahí estoy agregando un poco de confluencia con el S&P 200 que estoy viendo por acá. Podemos ver que estamos a punto de ser rechazados por la parte alta de la zona azul. Si eres alcista en el euro contra el dólar, deberías de esperar a retomar el 1.14. El 1.14 te debería de catapultar al siguiente punto, que es el 50% en el 1.16, y de poder aguantar mínimo deberías de ir al 1.18, que ya te pone muy cerca de ese 1.20 que estamos viendo nosotros. Voy a ponerla, déjeme pongo la trimestral. Ahora, la trimestral nos cuenta una historia bastante diferente. La trimestral está siendo rechazada la parte alta de la zona azul. Y al ser rechazada la parte alta de la zona azul, también nos está rechazando el promedio del 100, el EMA 100 y el 55. Ahora, de caer y perder el 1.11, que es donde está nuestro S&P 200, que es esta zona, justamente acá, de perder esto, tu siguiente parada es el 1.09, si es que no el 1.07, que es tu promedio del 9 y el 21. Y de no aguantar el 1.07, vienes, damas y caballeros, a la paridad, que es la zona baja de acá. Ahora, normalmente cuando el euro cae de la zona azul, sí cae bastante más que de lo que sube. y le gustaría caer hasta el 88.3%, esos son 85 centavos. Vamos a ser más tranquilos, 78.6%, 89 centavos. Vamos a ser muy moderados y decir 61.8%, 95 centavos. Eso es lo que esperaría yo. Esto es la de 3 meses. Y en la de 3 meses, además, un segundo, en la de 3 meses, además, tenemos un setup de volatilidad prendiéndose. Estos setups de volatilidad favorecen más veces que no a la baja que a la alza cuando se detonan acá en el euro. Me pongo la de 6 meses. 6 meses había comenzado expansión, pero después se dio la vuelta, pero acá va a haber algo. Si tenemos un rebote en la de 6, imagínense, 6 meses y esto va para arriba, vamos a ver qué exactamente va a ser. Pero una vez más, igualito que los pasados, estos setups normalmente favorecen a la baja. Entonces, cuando ves esto reventar la mayor cantidad de veces, como esta es a la baja, esta había sido a la alza, esta fue a la baja, y entonces aquí lo pueden ver, ¿no? Estamos siendo rechazados por la media y de ser rechazados por la media, el promedio del 34, el 55 y el 21, de no poder romper los 11-13, 11-14 y 11-15 y 11-16, yo creo que el objetivo acá sería romper los 11-16 con fuerza para poder ir a la parte alta de la zona azul. Pero esto tiene cara de que está rechazando. Simplemente falta un mes y 24 días para cerrar esta tabla. Vamos a la de 2 semanas con el euro, a ver cómo se ve a más corto plazo, porque tiene cara esto que va a rechazar. Corto plazo, 2 semanas, tenemos el rechazo del promedio del 100 por acá y también la parte alta de la zona azul. Vamos a ver si eso continúa. Si eso continúa, tenemos dos sopas. A la alza, nuestro tope debería estar por ahí del 1.15. A la baja, tu siguiente objetivo debería ser el 1.10, 1.9 y una vez más, 1.7. 1.7. De perder el 1.7, estás hablando de casi ir a la paridad una vez más y perder estos mínimos. Eso es interesante. Además de que vieron eso, ¿no? No, esta es la de 2 meses. ¡Wow! ¡Qué pendejo soy! También hay un setup de volatilidad preparándose bastante potente. 2 semanas, el euro me cuenta que está cansado de estar haciendo esto, está hasta el 95%, ve la topera, confirmaciones por debajo del 1.12, perdiendo el 1.12, tu siguiente zona a perder va a ser tu SMA 200, que se encuentra en los 1.12 planos también, esto es 1.1250, al perder los 1.1250, muy probablemente vayas a ir a donde está el promedio del 9, que es el 1.09, y de no aguantar la parte alta de la zona azul, el 1.06. Pero ya sabes que si estás en el 1.06, vas a tener que caer hasta la media, cayendo a la media en el 1.03, ya sabes que vas a venir a la parte baja en el 1.01 y de ahí al 61.8%, que es debajo de la paridad. Y lo pueden ver, este extremo fue este subidón, ¿ok? Todo este extremo fue este subidón. Lo mismo que en la de 2 semanas, estamos en extremos ya aquí arriba. Vamos a la semanal y en la semanal ves que también llegaste al 95%, no, 97%, efectivamente acá, que es donde te rechazó. Vela topera, continuamos poniendo vela. Siguiente objetivo a la baja va a ser el 1.11 y de perder el 1.11, 1.10 y de ahí aquí tenemos todo el clúster de todo en el 1.08. De perder el 1.08 es donde diríamos se acabó la fiesta. Para todo el mundo que está volteando a ver el eurodólar, me parece que la receta más sencilla de todo esto es la de 2 semanas con el SMA 200 por acá. Siempre y cuando estemos acá por encima y consolidando, es alcista. Una vez que perdemos la zona del 1.12.5, vamos a ir al 1.12 plano y perdiendo el 1.12 plano, me dice que esto fue un SFP y vamos a ir para abajo a buscar un nuevo mínimo. Así que quieres ser alcista en euro, necesitas consolidar acá y necesitas romper el 1.15 a la alza. Quieres ser bajista, lo único que tienes que hacer es romper el 1.12 y dar continuación para abajo. Ahí lo tienes. Euro dólar. Vamos a Farhan, what's next?
Next is SoFi.
Oh, yeah. Sophie.
SoFi Bank.
Exactly.
Let's switch my screen. Oh.
There you go. Sophie.
Oops, I put Sufi.
Almost. Almost.
Which time frame do we have? Do we have enough data for quarterly? No, we'll do the monthly. So let's start on the monthly right now. We do have the ever so slidings of what do you call it? The 55 EMA populating. And if you were to notice where it is on its like when it started appearing, this does have a significance. It wouldn't be have the same significance as a fresh slope across to the upside, but it still does mean something that the 21 EMA is above the 55 EMA when the 55 just first appeared. And as of right now, we have a perfect retest of this 21 EMA when the 55 EMA appeared. We are finding this 5 EMA to be resistance, but in my opinion, it's not going to really last that long as resistance, and it's not going to give us the move down to the 21, which most people would expect after getting rejection over here. And the reason for that is because we are, or the reason why I think that is because we are still solidly above the median, and we have several closes above the median. So as long as we are above that median, I would expect to move into that top 38.2%, which is not really that far away from where we are right now. It's sitting at about $13.89. Right now, momentum is pointed to the downside while volatility contracts. But the hopium on that front is that while momentum is contracting, volatility is contracting, and we're approaching the reset zone. This is the point where momentum has the opportunity to flip back up if we're going to maintain bullish. And I'll give you an example of where we did that. Like we over here, where we were hitting extreme highs, we went all the way to the 100% on the HPDR at around $11 at that point. Then we came to reset, never really broke to the negative, came to the reset zone, and then broke out once again, and then hit new highs once again on this rally. So as long as we're above this neutral area and don't go towards the bearish control zone, this likely will result in a continuation to the upside on this rally and not make new lows. What also is nice to see is that this previous monthly closed as a very nice hammerhead candle, and it reclaimed the 9 EMA after losing it. So now we have a deviation of the 9 EMA, and we're using the 9 as support. And likely once this 5 EMA breaks, we will get a move. Not really that much higher. This is why I don't really like stocks, but it would give you a move towards the 38.2%, but likely the 50% because it is so close to it. But even that is not that much higher than where we are right now. That's at about $14.26. The only way you could really make money off of this is going to be like end of the week options, which you might as well just light your money on fire or go to Vegas. Because even if you're right on direction, it's going to be worthless at the end of the week or maybe 2 days before the end of the week. What's a little cause for concern right now is that we do have the startings of a sell signal on the jewel, but it has not confirmed yet. It will confirm in about 23 days and 4 hours. Not an eternity like it is in cryptocurrency land, but that is a good amount of time. We got a lot of weekly closures below that before that 23 days ends. What's going to confirm this jewel sell signal for me is if we continue to close below this 5 EMA. As long as we continue to close below this 5 EMA, this is just going to be a bearish retest. And then, in my opinion, we're going to go at an absolute minimum down to this cluster of EMAs, this median right here, right around $10, about like maybe 10.50 area. This is going to be the last line in the sand for bulls, in my opinion, to hold if they don't want this entire rally to get reversed and another retest of this meme line. And at this point, if we test this meme line again, let's just count with as much as high up as I can count. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna count this because it's a front run. 7, 8, 9 tests of this. Actually, 10 tests of this meme line before we had this actual breakout. So, based on your experience, would you tell me 10 tests of a meme line makes it stronger or weaker? I'd say probably weaker. And the 11th test most likely does break that meme line, especially whenever you came to the 100%. That a lot of motherfuckers bullish in this area. Start to break below start to tap this meme line again. Probably is going to capitulate, and I'm looking for at the very minimum a test of this wick low here, somewhere around $4.50, like somewhere below $5. Don't think that's going to happen, but it is a very, very strong possibility as long as we are below that monthly median. And that median right now is at 11, no, not 11. Oh, yeah, my bad. I was looking at this 55. I'm completely retarded. We're way above that monthly median. As long as we're above that monthly median, this is not going to be a plausible target. Once we lose that monthly median, that's going to be a very, very plausible target. And since we're going to be basically around these wick lows, I'd give it, if I had to give it a percent chance, I'd probably say it's more of like a 60-40 that we're probably going to go to the mean line if we start to lose that median area. If we switch to now the 2 week, 2 week is now giving us a little bit more bullish OPM along with that hammerhead on the monthly, is that 2 week momentum is now starting to shift up, getting out of the bearish control zone and getting above the moving average while volatility is still contracting. Let's go over here and mark with a vertical line whenever we shifted up and lost the bearish control zone. Did that right there. Did it right here. This one not really. Right over here. These should be very tradable moves because the 2 week is a significant time frame. And breaking above the bearish control zone is also a significant move. Now let's look at price action and see what happened with each one of these moves. Oh, what do you know? They're all pretty nice bounces. Even though if they ended up failing, they were still very tradable. 43% to the upside. 60%. Definitely still went lower, but had a bounce of 57%. 40s, 57, 60. See what the next one is. This one was kind of a failure. Still went up about 9%. 9% for stock, not bad. Went down about 17%, so you can't really count this move afterwards. Let's just say 9%. And as of this moment, we are up about 30%. So we would have to take it to that move of roughly around 40s, and that would be right around this breakdown point at about $15 to $16. Let's see if that number comes up again. And right now we are dancing right around that bottom 38.2% and this 9 EMA, which has been holding us down basically since this entire collapse started. And once we start to solid, so that would tell us that once you close over the 9 EMA and you deviate that 9 EMA, you're also going to reclaim the 38.2%. And if you look at the last time we were below the 38.2% and we reclaimed it, what happened? We haven't lost in a good amount of time. Nope, nope. Lost it right over here. Ever so slightly lost it once we reclaimed it. Not only did we go to the top 38.2%, we went to the 61.8%. See if we have another example. Did it right here. Went to the 61.8%, actually went at 78.6%, actually went to the 88.3%. See, this one is not really going to count because it's way too early. So if we were to take a minimum move of reclaiming it and say it goes to the 61.8%, a lot higher than where price is right now. Is it not quite all-time highs because this was a massive pump and dump, but that would be at about $20. That's how much percent higher than where we are right now? That is like a 60% move up. That fits the higher end of that signal of about 60% for momentum flipping back up. What's going to cause volatility to start supporting this move on momentum is going to be a close over that 38.2%. Once we get that, then this is almost basically confirmed as our next major macro low, and probably going to get some serious volatility to the upside, similar to as we did back over here and in late 2024. Let's go down to the weekly. Weekly also has momentum to the upside, approaching the bullish control zone. The last time we broke into the bullish control zone after being below it, let's see, hasn't been in a while. Over here. And this took us how much higher in price? This candle here. It took a good amount of time. It took from September 22nd to January, so it took a couple of months, but that was a 68.85% move to the downside. Just 0.15% higher, and it would have been a perfect number. Now we look at the jewel, and the jewel is giving us a buy signal in the bearish control zone, and it's about to break out of the bearish control zone. Let me take off this little hat because it hurts a little hot. Go. And now let's mark these with the vertical line. November 23. And that will be it. And these are in heavy downtrends as well. About a 14% move to the 14.5%. 78%. Don't think that's gonna happen this time around. 52%. 52.69% to be exact. 24%. As at this moment, we're about 32%. Let's take about 50%-ish area. Right around that same breakdown point, but not quite to that $20 area. Let's see what $20 would be. It's roughly about 80-ish%. Let's move down to the 5-day. 5-day is now also at that reset point on momentum, just at the moving average, still technically pointed to the upside, while volatility is now literally about to go to 0%. It's at 1.83%, and we have that blue background. Now let's look at the jewel, and the jewel is also giving us that same signal on the weekly, where it's giving us that buy signal within the bearish control zone. And now the 5-day is also about 3 cents above the median. We close one of those things where we have a 5-day chart, closes in 6 days. But as long as we close over that median, we will have a natural magnet for price action of this 38.2%, which is just below $15. Lines very close to that breakdown point, which was at about $16. Go to the 2-day. 2-day is now freshly flipped down on momentum, while volatility is now freshly contracting, and we are still currently rejecting the 78.6%. But as long as we are holding this 55 EMA, likely are probabilities are still that we're going to come back up and fill this wick, which is at that same $14 area. And this goes along with volatility contracting, while momentum is to the downside. And what I would look for is the momentum to come retest this edge of this bullish control zone, while volatility resets, and then we can get another move for that 14. And that would likely be if we once we close this candle in 3 hours, another retest of this 55 EMA. And that 55 is likely will be used as a spring in that $12 area to push us up into the 14s. Let's go look at the jewel now, and the jewel is very, very close to giving the same a similar idea with that spring. Is that when the pink crosses over the 21, the pink crosses over the yellow, we very likely get a decent pump off of that, which almost certainly goes with a spring off of that 55 EMA into that $14 area. Once we tap 14s though, we're gonna have to reevaluate, because anywhere around here would be the opportune short area. You would ideally take a short in this area right around the 88.3 at like $14.10. This would be your stop, about 3% higher, and your minimum target would be around that bottom 38.2%, which you still could put a higher low in here at this point. This is why I would take majority TP in this area, and that would be about 18-19% to the downside at around 11.5%. Salute. And the reason why you're not closing this entire short here and holding 25% is, sure, there is a very high probability it's going to bounce here. But as long as it's below this 100 EMA, it's still bearish. And you would wait for a reclaim or a rejection of this 100. If it reclaims this 100, you would close your final 25%. If it continues to reject, you would hold your final 25%, or maybe even add on that 100 EMA. I personally wouldn't. I personally would just hold the 25%, and then my TP2 would be this median, right around $10.60. This is the area where I would close the majority of the short, because this is that final area where bulls would absolutely have to step in and put in a higher low, or this thing is absolutely fucked. And then I would just re-enter if we lose that median on a fresh short. Don't need to keep that original one. To the daily. Daily is also positioned to the downside with volatility close to expansion, but it's still in the contraction phase, trying to flip up a little bit. And this goes along with the rejection of the median. Right now, as long as you are rejecting that median at $13.22, you do have probably a statistical setup of hitting this bottom 38.2%, 61.8% chance. And that's also at that same $12 and like 50-cent area. Start to lose this area, that's when you're gonna get that deeper pullback somewhere around 11.50s to maybe like $10. Let's go down a little lower. 4 hours and now giving a little hopium for the bulls that the bottom could, that the local bottom could be in, because we're getting momentum shifting to the upside, very close to getting into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion. And now we've got a buy signal on the jewel, losing the sell signal and shifting buy. We haven't quite confirmed the buy signal yet, but it will confirm on this candle close, and it very likely will confirm as long as we close over $12.82. But what the bulls want to see for a confirmed breakout is a close over this 38.2%. Because if you notice, when we close over the 38.2%, we tend to go significantly higher. This move went up to the 95%, but if you look where the 38.2% was at the time, this move to the 95% was in the 97.5% range. Now let's go to the other close over the 38.2%. Took us to the 95%. This closed over the 38.2%, closed it right here. This took us to 78.6, but it was right about the 88.3% in that zone. Pretty close to the, actually, basically the 95%. Let's see another example. Here you close over the 38.2%, 88.3, close over 38.2%, 88.3, but this is where the 90 was when it closed over, or the 90, what do you call it, 95%. So let's take somewhere between the 88.3 and the 97.5% if we close over this 38.2%. That level is sitting at 13, basically $13, 12.98. Right now, that 88.3 to 97.5% puts us between, oh, what do you know, about $14.35 in the $15 area at $15.61. The significance of that is getting over this 200 SMA. It doesn't tell you whether you're going to close over it. It just tells you that you're likely to test that area. Because if you do reject over this area, make a massive shooting star and close below the 200, that's basically that's going to give me what I need to front run the breakdown. I'm not going to wait for any of those closures. I'm not going to wait for a loss of the median. That's going to just probably just going to short that and add on any retest of this 200 SMA. As long as you close over this 200 SMA, however, your next move is likely going to be a retest of that 200, because stocks are usually pretty clean, pretty by the book, and then I'd expect to move from there into that $20 area. And that's likely going to take a good amount of time to happen too. Like you probably, like even if we are bullish toward $20, probably don't see it until like the end of the year. Now let's switch over to the RSI. Sell in May and go away is the phrase. Hey, it's May now. Wait. It's too far back, so there would be hidden bearish divergence, but it's too far back to really be of any significance. Here, there is some hidden bullish divergence right here, but it's also very far back, so I wouldn't really give it any weight. Nothing. This thing really doesn't like to put in divergences. Lower lows. No. No. Anything to give me a divergence. Come on. We're just flipping through every time frame. Oh, beautiful. So now 4 hour, along with that 38.2%, is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. And this will confirm as long as you close over $12.83. And your next target on that divergence is going to be the bullish control zone and the simple moving average, since they're bunched right next to each other. And that would put us at a very beautiful target of $14. Nice. Also comes off the back of extreme lows in volatility. Now we go to momentum. Monthly momentum is pretty strongly to the downside currently, and it's going to remain to the downside as long as we're below $17. So even if we were to go into that $14, $15 area, monthly momentum would still remain to the downside. But the reason why I am shifting more macro bullish on this thing is because it is currently in a macro monthly uptrend. We have a lower high here, we have a higher high here. Now what bulls are hoping for is that this is going to be our next higher low. But the only way to confirm this is a higher low is to confirm this is a local bottom. And this won't be a local bottom until you get that close over $14.51. Once again, significance of that mid $14 area is continues to show back up again and again and again. Now let's go to, let's see, this is no divergence. 2 week is also pointed pretty heavily to the downside, and it's going to remain to the downside with contracting volatility, which is the hopium, as long as you're below $15.60. And we are now entering into the bearish control zone as well. Also, another significance of that $15 area, because these pivots do like to get tapped, whether we're bearish or we're bullish. Come on. And now weekly is freshly turning to the upside, a little bit more hopium that our local bottom could be in on our next higher low on the macro. And we are going to be flipped up as long as we're above $9.38. So we're just about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. So on this next close, if we get to the edge of the bearish control zone and this pivot remains the same, I'm going to be shifting even more bullish that we're probably going to go somewhere towards that $15 area. This pivot goes up, say it goes to $17, I'm going to say it's Jober. We've made our next lower high and we're going down from there. Gonna have to wait for that 2 days and 4 hours to see where that pivot goes to. 5 days also positioned pretty heavily to the upside, and it's gonna be up as long as you're above $9.61. Now let's look at 2 day. 2 day as well is positioned heavily to the upside with volatility expansion, and we've invalidated the silver cross to the downside, and we're pointed up as long as you're above $11.70. If you remember that $11.70 area is the area we're 1170 to 1050 is the area we're looking for if we get a pullback from here, which would be that pivot. The daily is currently positioned to the downside. It's rejecting the critical zone, but we're getting right to the edge of the bullish control zone. I'm just curious. Let's see what the pivot was beforehand. Come on. If this is Bitcoin, I'd be able to tell you, but I don't look at this thing, so I wouldn't know. Pivot was previously $14.33. That's very bullish to see it go down. And now if we close today in 3 hours over $12.98, which we are exactly at right now, it will flip up. And the significance of flipping up here is that we're maintaining the bullish control zone. That will take us into the critical zone, which likely is a retest of this $15 to $16 area. And personally, my bias is that first we reject and we probably break through, but I think that's probably going to be towards like the end of summer. Right now, 4 hours also very close to flipping back to the upside, just like the daily. And that will be a rejection of getting into the bearish control zone, and it will be flipped up above. It will flip up above $12.92. So it's coming down to the edge for the bulls. So right now on the high time frames, the highest you can really go to on the monthly, is the monthly. On this thing, momentum is currently pointed down and it's pointed very heavily to the downside. But the reason why I wouldn't look at that as a death sentence is because one, volatility is contracting, and two, we are in a monthly uptrend now. We have taken out the previous lower high, so we would be looking to have our next higher low. And the 21 EMA seems to be a perfect place to do it because the 21 seems to be a very significant area where we deviated it, dumped, deviated it, dumped, deviated it, dumped, deviated it, dumped. As of right now, we're still holding it. We haven't gotten the deviation. So as long as we're holding this 21 EMA, we should assume that this is going to be our next higher low. And if you were to long, I personally wouldn't long here. I would have longed somewhere closer to the 21 because your invalidation is so far, but your invalidation would be this right below. That is currently a 33% move to the downside, so you probably should not touch this at this point. Because you don't really even need leverage to get wiped with a 33% move down.
Yeah, that's proper.
2 week is also positioned heavily to the downside. and it's going to be pointed down below about $15.60. So so I mentioned before, because we are in a monthly uptrend, I am looking for this to be our higher low. And as long as you're above that $10, like $10.50 area, this is likely gonna happen. All of the time frames below the 2-week are currently flipped to the upside. It's basically the same setup that we have in Bitcoin, where the monthly and the 2-week are positioned down. But it's looking like once we get to those significant areas on momentum, like the edge of the bullish control zone, the pivots will likely drop, just like they did on Bitcoin. And now they already have dropped on the lower time frames. Pivot went from around mid 14s all the way down to $12.98, which we are over right now. And it does look like the daily will flip. The first 4 hour will flip up, which will bleed into the daily flipping up, and that will likely take us into somewhere around $15 to $16. First time around probably rejects around $13 to $14. And then from there, I'd expect to move into 20. Invalidation is losing $10.50. Then you're likely to come back all the way down and go somewhere around $4 or $5. Right now, my bias is continuing upwards, maybe a slight move down to around like $11.80 to $12, although I don't think it's very likely. I am expecting a move into somewhere around over the next few weeks, around maybe $15, $16, and then in the next couple of months to somewhere around $20. Right now, we are in a monthly uptrend, and it is starting to build shape and build structure.
Thank you, señor. Appreciate it. Ok, estamos viendo SoFi, el banco que patrocina a mis Chargers, damas y caballeros, así que me vale madres, ¿no? Tengo el gráfico de 2 semanas por acá. No hay tantos datos en este gráfico, lo pueden ver, van a ver ahorita el mensual. La razón por qué es sencilla, esto empezó a cotizar en noviembre del 2020, entonces apenas va a cumplir 5 años este año. ¿Qué hemos visto desde entonces? Habíamos visto un tope en los 28.26, que es básicamente aquí arriba. Desde entonces hemos caído, hemos creado nuevos mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, máximos más altos, bueno, altos y altos más altos, no diría máximos. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Esto quiere decir que estamos ante una posible tendencia alcista. Algo que vale la pena para todo el mundo ver por acá es justamente esto. Esto tiene toda la pinta de que va a funcionar perfectamente bien y estás creando mínimos más altos y mínimos más altos. Pueden ver que acá la última vez que cruzamos justamente esta línea meme en los 10.59, que es un punto muy importante del precio, fue lo que nos llevó hasta arriba y venimos a retestearlo para impulsarnos con fuerza. Estamos en la mensual por encima del 9, lo que nos pone en tendencia alcista en este gráfico, y también tenemos el 21 por encima del 34 y el 55 que apenas empieza a popular, lo que nos pone en una situación donde podemos ver esto para arriba. ¿Qué esperaríamos siguiente? Esta línea ser tocada en los $14, la línea meme, y de poder romper y pasar estos $14, vas a ir a visitar los 16.32. Además de que trepando por acá en esta línea, también estás confirmando que esto fue un suelo con esta vela que te dejó este flashazo por acá y que vas a ir a buscar un nuevo máximo más alto, o bueno, de local. En cuanto a volatilidad se refiere, no tenemos nada, volatilidad está contrayendo en ese setup. Ahora acá la volatilidad está cayendo, no al punto más bajo, todavía no está por encima, no hay nada en volatilidad, pero estamos cayendo por debajo de la zona azul. De ser alcistas, queremos definitivamente poder aguantar los $13, de poder aguantar los $13 en este cierre en 2 días y 4 horas este viernes. Vamos a tener una alta probabilidad de ir a buscar estos 14.92, lo que nos marcaría básicamente el fondo aquí local. ¿Por qué? Porque estaríamos haciendo un alto más alto que con esta vela en los 14.51, y una vez que logres hacer eso, esto es confirmado como un mínimo local y nos vamos para arriba. Semanal, tenemos todos nuestros EMAs y nuestro promedio aquí abajo. Estamos por encima del 21 y ahora vamos a ir a lo que parece ser los 13.99 por ahora. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no nos dice absolutamente nada y venimos de tocar el 100% en extremos, que literalmente lo hicimos apenas en abril del 2025, porque esta es la semanal, fue hace 1, 2, 3, 4 y esta es la 5ª semana y estamos rebotando. Esto de poder aguantar esto Poder romper los $14 nos debería llevar al 61.8% en los 15.63 y eso nos pondría en una excelente postura en este gráfico. Vámonos a la de 3 días. 3 días nos dice que estamos un poco cansados, que debemos de consolidar un poco. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos ya ante el 88.3%, solamente le quedan 11.5, 11.7% de probabilidades para continuar el movimiento a la alza. Ahora, cerrando por acá, te va a dar un buen chance de irte a los 13.54 y ahí podremos ver qué más. Diaria nos está rechazando la media hasta ahora, pero estamos rebotando en el 100 y en el 9. Queremos ser alcistas, queremos pasar los 13.22 a la alza. Queremos ser bajistas, literalmente perder los 12.47 nos debería llevar a nuestra línea meme, que es también donde está nuestro SMI 200 en los 11.70, pongamos 13.22. Vale, fácil para todos ustedes, se las dejo acá. SoFi tiene que poder superar el belongo que ya dio en la diaria, o sea, el tope que tienes ahorita en la diaria, que son 13.28. Una vez que superes eso, estás puesto para ir a buscar la parte alta de la zona azul y eso te lleva a los 13.99. De los 13.99 vamos a encontrar resistencias. Vamos a ver, la primera resistencia importante que vamos a encontrar va a ser aquí arriba, justamente en los 13.88. Es el SMI 200. Ya nos rechazó una vez, ya lo habíamos perdido antes. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos buscando? Volver a tomarlo y una vez que lo tomemos, poder continuar e ir a buscar esos máximos históricos. Pero por ahora, lo primero que tenemos que hacer si eres alcista es poder romper el alto de esta vela en los 13.27. Una vez que rompes esto, poder aguantar el SMI 200 que está en los 13.87, tener cierres por encima de, tomar esta zona en los 14 y eso te podría catapultar hasta los 20. Va a tomar un rato todavía, tienes un cruce plateado a tu favor. Esto, como estás todavía debajo del SMI 200 en la de 4 horas, esto es lo que te va a empezar a decir que todas tus posturas a más largo plazo se vuelven más alcistas. Pero por ahora no lo es así. Por ahora tenemos que esperar, ver si este fue el fondo local. El fondo local va a ser una vez más confirmado una vez que cerremos por encima de esta vela en los 14.51. Una vez que tengamos un cierre acá, nuestro fondo local fue justamente esto que tocamos en el SMI 200 en la semanal y eso nos debería de catapultar a los 18 y para arriba. ¿Quieres ser bajista? Simplemente pierde los 11.70 y vas a ir a los 9.58 y de ahí para abajo. Ahí lo tienen, eso es SoFi, damas y caballeros, que continúa. iOS es iOS. It's like IDOS.
Nice. Yeah. AOS, iOS. Who knows? Who knows? But let's see.
You know, whenever one of these shitcoins adds network or finance or all that shit to their name, that's when you know it's a vaporware piece of garbage.
Well, yeah. Aside from the fact that they're just shitcoins.
Yeah, besides the fact that the chart looks like this.
Well,
you know, I guess the nice, you know, we'll first gauge this on a monthly. The nice part about this is it did make a new cycle high. So, you know, I unless I don't have all the data because it's Coinbase, I'm almost certain this is all the data of the chart. That is good. That's always good when you know, had a cycle high, you went through a bear market, and then you were able to make a new all-time high. It's very good. So let's see where we're at now. It's not good that we're under the monthly 9. I can say that. Let's gauge here what we were looking at when we looked at this. I don't even know when we looked at this before. And let's see. So right now, what we're in is a big range on EOS, and it's currently looking weak. It's looking weak because we're losing that EMA 100. Very simple criteria. You get back above that EMA 100 and break May 6 high, good chance you're going to see 52 cents to potentially even 59 cents. That's extreme though, 59 cents. If you do end up going to that SMA 200, there's a very good chance it's going to reject bigly from there first tap. That's just based on the dynamic of the SMA 200 and how little we've actually flirted with it. And this would be a major bearish retest if we did even hit it, because when we broke down, we never even hit that. We've just been going down only. So I guess last time we looked at this, our bias was downside. I guess kind of what we were wanting was this to kind of consolidate on the meme line, mainly hold the 34. We want this shift to really play out where the 34 is now being support rather than resistance, right? If we can flip the 21 and the 34 into support and just kind of do this scenario, you're going to get a BBWP setup. It's going to shed that off. And then that's when you really can get those combustion moves. But as it stands, let me see this. As it stands now, I mean, to me, it just seems likely that this 21 is not going to hold as it seems, and it seems like we're actually going to test the 34. Now, this could give a tight risk on a long. If we get the 34, you play the price divergence because you do have a hammerhead here. Per the hammerhead, you don't want this wick low to get taken out. That very well could happen. It's an altcoin. They're dirty, and they're very dirty like this. So that wouldn't surprise me. But as long as we're under that daily EMA 100, you are going to be on the bias that this is going to come down. Now, you're going to be cautiously bullish on this above 33 cents. So you're flipping these wick highs into support. You broke out, you back tested it. You see the reaction on just the first tap. I mean, the meme line and the moving averages work well on this chart. 22% reaction just playing the 34. So it's not really dumb to assume if this does have a pullback, gauge a spring on the 34, use that hammerhead as your stop loss. Confirmation of that actually breaking out will be getting back above the EMA 100, which luckily for us right now is perfectly lined up with the EMA 9. So that's very easy. You get back above the EMA 9, you are now back above the EMA 100. Got to take out a May 6 high, and if in doing so, this will then flip this into an uptrend, in my opinion. So that's the daily. More corrective, cautiously bullish above 33 cents. Looking at the EMA 34 as a spring with potentially this hammerhead to be your invalidation. Okay, 5 days kind of giving us actually confluence of that exact idea on the daily, is it not? You'd go down to here. You should bounce off the 5-day EMA 9. I mean, that was major resistance. We've already been proven its support. So this has to basically be support. Where this could give you confluence of that daily EMA 34 long is just like that. That could just be interpreted like that because the EMA 34 is similar to the same spot as the 5-day EMA 9, excuse me. Right around that high 34 cents. So actually, to me, it does seem kind of like a good setup if it does hold that hammerhead. You're seeing dailies now in breakdown. This is definitely not a good sign. Now, right, let's do the math here. Let's see how much of a move. Okay, so that is definitely a big move, 10%. Maybe you get the breakdown and it does take you all the way back down to 34 cents. That's the bullish opium. If this BBWP starts firing off while we're breaking down and you lose 33 cents, this thing's going to go back to the gutter, in my opinion, back to 21 cents. And then you're going to be hoping that basically this plays out. And you don't basically take that out. Essentially, like really, in all reality, it's like 33 cents is your line in the sand on this chart. You are more bearish though under the monthly 9. There is hope though, right? The monthly 9 still above. The 5-day EMA 9 is getting reclaimed. The daily's trying to hold the 21. There is hope, legitimate hope, but you can see here it's just resistance is very strong in like that 44 cent region as shown here. That 44 cent region. Gosh, where is it? Right in this zone, and honestly, right around that 44 cent is the 38.2%. So, even if you did get a bounce and came all the way back up to here, you would need this to hold above the median. So this is not a good chart. It's not even fun to chart or even do TA on because it's just in a very tricky spot where, yes, it could really dump and yes, it could really pump. I mean, Statistically speaking, though, you are more bearish than bullish, and that's just based on the monthly and also the fact that, well, this is a altcoin, and you're dealing with not a lot of data. But again, there's always invalidations to everything, right? 33 cents has to hold. That's evident with the median. As long as we're above 33 cents, we should at least test the monthly EMA 9. Get back any monthly closure above 52 cents. And I'm going to look at this to bigly break out, possibly all the way up to 80 cents, testing these highs here. Even just drawing a mean line from that 38.2% literally lines up nicely with the rejection here, deviation, loss of support, major nuke down, breakdown. So it makes sense to gauge 80 cents. But that's a long way to go until then. I mean, you really do have to even just get above the daily resistance, which is simply the EMA 109. Get back above there, okay, now you can start maybe thinking of a move back up to maybe 44 cents. 44 cents will be very crucial for bulls to actually reclaim. Until then, this is just kind of in no man's land, and bulls are basically just hoping for this. And then that way we can just shed the volatility even more. And then if we're really going to get a move like this kind of move, you need volatility to be lower, right? This was like around 27%. We're at 62% volatility. How did this shed volatility? Was literally the scenario we're talking about at literally the same spot, right? So you would just be, often they rhyme, right? History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes most often than not. So, you know,
I don't
it's a
know. It
lot
kind
of
of
chop
repeats
in this
itself
range.
every
I
2
wouldn't feel
years.
comfortable longing this until a weekly.
Sorry. You got
Yeah.
into a little delay, and then all of what you said came out at the same time that I was interrupting you. So I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. That was funny. Yeah, I was like a 30-second delay on that one. No, it's okay though. Yeah. You are right though. And like history can repeat, obviously. It's not going to be exactly the same way, but I don't find it a coincidence that you're back in this range. It's like brewing either a big breakdown or a big breakout. But the difference is here, and I will say, we were above the weekly EMA 100. So this just shows you this chart's weak. This really is weak. I'm trying to give bulls a case here, but the more I keep looking at it, the more I'm just like, I don't know. That's why for me, it's like, don't touch this chart until you're back a weekly close above 52 cents, 52 to 53 cents. Until then, you are literally in no man's land here. Yes, you could long 33 cents, but where's your stop? I guess here at 24 cents, but that's a massive haircut if you're wrong. So that won't work, clearly. Better yet, just to long this and then hold the support zone. And now you at least have something to work with, trend, and also the fact that you're shifting structure. What you don't want to do is just max long this based on the weekly 9, and then the daily rejects the median and the EMA 100, leading to the weekly losing the 9, and you're holding a terrible position. Because as it stands, this is breaking down on the daily. Now, if bulls can somehow pull this back above 39 cents, and then it doesn't break down. But as it stands, this is not really looking good. So for me, you're really, if you're going to trade this, I would not trade this using anything more than like a weekly. But if you are a degen, and we all are degenerate here, really, really don't disrespect that EMA 100. The EMA 100 will guide you. Now, there's going to be lots of chop with it, but even on this chop and lower high, you still expanded what? Almost 15% from here. So that can be a good metric, right? It's like if we can start getting back above there on a daily, that could potentially bleed into the 5-day, reclaiming the 21. And if we can do that, we'll be able to test that 44 to like 46 cents region. And then that'll just be the major test, because what you see here is that's right where the monthly 9 is. But something to note about this chart is the monthly is looking okay. It's just the monthly 9. And that's why I'm telling everyone, most likely probably better just to wait on a weekly close above 52 to 53 cents, right? You can just visually see that. If you start closing back above here, then we can bid the 21. Like we actually have like structure, and then we can target 80 cents and fill some of this out. But until then, you're literally just in no man's land, and this literally could just do what it did for 3 months, which is nothing, and just chop. So yes, we SFP'd. Yes, we're retesting it. If the system's going to work, it has to move up again to the 9. And if we're truly bullish, you should see 53 cents get reclaimed. 53 cents gets reclaimed, you're going to long essentially that EMA 9 back test on the monthly and target 80 cents. And, you'll have to just see where that higher low is if we get it. But that's all I have on this chart. Really, I wouldn't touch it if you're under any weeklies under 53 cents. The daily losing the EMA 100 is very bad. And the daily is literally in the midst of a breakdown right now with BBWP fully reset. Let me check before I get off this, probably to look at the Bitcoin pairing if it has it, just for some more clarity.
It's going to be absolutely demolished.
Trash, I'm sure. God.
The HPDR looks so stupid.
Yeah. No, that's it. It's just one line. I mean, one line, and that's it. So you have one line, and that's actually really accurate because of the monthly 9, right? It's just simple based on these lows. As long as you're under there, this literally could just keep rejecting. But hey, you get back above here. AOS gets back above the 53 cents, specifically reclaiming that monthly 9. Okay, now we have like a legitimate thing to work with here. You could be putting in something like this. But that is literally just pure as speculation as it comes. And this is really weak. And this is literally terrible. Like there is no data on this chart. And if you're trading alts, you need data on the Bitcoin pairing. This is what's going to tell you if it's like logical to long or short. You don't even have data populated on BBWP here yet. That's how new this chart is. It's really not good. And then similar to the daily spot, yeah, EMA 100 is the big zone here for AOS versus Bitcoin. It's solidly rejecting it and solidly putting in lower highs. And that's why it's super key to take out that May 6 high, in my opinion. Hopium is what I said, little price divergence here off the 34. You can expand, go to the EMA 100. That's going to be the key. You need this to hold to expand up to that SMA 200. Got lots of gaps, but actually, no, it filled on that wick. Disgusting. This is very predatory. Yeah. I thought maybe the weekly would do better, but no, it did not. I thought the Bitcoin pairing would do bulls better, but it actually kind of just ruined it. This is very weak. I wouldn't even consider touching this if the spot's under 53 cents and this is under the monthly 9, simply put. So, that's all I have on AOS. I'll go back to the chart here. You're essentially now just going to need that weekly to get back above 53 cents. You can front run these ideas, obviously, if you play the daily EMA 100 and you play it as a range. Reclaim that should take you back to around that 53 cent level. But again, we just can't disregard the 44 cent level, which I'll draw a line there. So now we're even in a tighter range, right? Could easily be something like this. And then you break one of these, you're going to move up to the 50s or you're going to move down to the 20s. Very simple. Until then, this is a no trade zone. You're either waiting for this or this. So that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to be super quick, Farhan. There's really not a lot. Yeah, so that we can do yours with some time. Thank you, Alex. Estamos viendo iOS. No sé por qué me recuerda al arroz. Ok, esta cosa salió a la venta en el 2022. Ok, desde entonces había logrado un máximo justamente donde está ahorita. En realidad la resistencia, I don't know if you saw this, but you're literally where the high is, right here.
Is that where I had my line based on?
I don't know. It's right there. It's literally right there, right here. And that's what
you're
price
right.
is.
Actually, I see that now. Actually, that's a good point. You should draw a line there. That's a really significant high. That's the equivalent of Bitcoin's 2022 high. Again, plays into the scenario though, just like kind of in a tight range, and you should kind of be consolidating here more than not, in my opinion.
Yes,
Yeah, no,
sir,
that's a
indeed.
good point that you brought up, actually. That's significant. So if we can hold above there and keep holding the weekly 9, yeah, this could have potential to at least very minimum go back to 44 to maybe 53 cents.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo, acabo de conectar justamente esta línea por acá, porque es el alto histórico que había tenido de abril del 2022 hasta literalmente marzo del 2024. Por 2 años este fue el alto histórico. ¿Y dónde está el precio en este momento? Tengo un gráfico semanal, lo voy a hacer rápido porque no hay tantos datos. Vimos dónde empezamos, tenemos un alto más alto, un alto más alto. Tenemos estos bajos, pero estamos haciendo ahora nuevos bajos. Este va a ser el final de la moneda y va a continuar cayendo. Por ahora tiene cara de que sí. Para hacerlo muy sencillo, lo único que va a necesitar en su gráfico son 1, 2, 3 líneas memes con la media. La primera está en 46 centavos, la segunda está en 32 centavos y la tercera en 17 centavos. Tienes un cruce platado a la baja en la semanal, estás justamente ante el promedio del 9. Y además, el promedio en donde estás parado en este momento, hay una resistencia y soporte importante, que es el alto histórico de la vez pasada. Estás justo en medio. Si quiero hacer un long, ¿no? O quiero hacer un short, voy a tener un problema de los dos lados. El problema de los dos lados es, aquí arriba para invalidarlo, 10%, para invalidarlo para abajo, 11%, lo que te saca ya del juego para poder hacer eso. ¿Qué tienes acá arriba? Esta línea roja que están viendo pasar por acá, que nos está deteniendo, es el promedio del 100, el EMA 100. Este EMA 100 nos está rechazando. Tenemos acá el 9, que es el azul. El 9 parece que lo estamos tomando, pero hay una alta probabilidad de que esto sea un SFP. Y la razón por qué es porque esta es una vela topera. No nada más esa es una vela topera, literalmente estamos por debajo de esa vela topera. Y el estar por debajo de esa vela topera, pueden ver que el precio está por debajo, nos pone ante qué? Continuación de la caída. Entonces, ¿quieres ser alcista? Tu primer paso a romper son los 42, que es donde está el EMA 100. Una vez que rompas los 42, los 44 van a ser los siguientes y de ahí los 46. Ya en los 46 puedes postularte alcistamente, pero yo diría que hasta que rompas los 47.5, que es esta vela. Una vez que estés por encima de 47.5, vas a tener que cagarte y romper esto. Ahora, en la diaria pueden ver que hasta acá arriba, porque aquí, en la diaria estamos ante resistencia también. Tienes el promedio del 100 que está aquí arriba rechazándote y el 9 que también te está rechazando. Y siguiente objetivo sería el 36.87. Llegas al 36.87 y vas a crear un nuevo mínimo. ¿Ok? Lo que tienes que hacer es crear un nuevo máximo para que sea un alto más alto. Y por ahora no lo está dando. Entonces, voy a mantener todos mis ojos en la semanal. Quiero romper el 100 a la alza, el 21 y también el 34 y el 55 a la alza. Poder estar por encima de 50 centavos. Ya encima de 50 centavos puedes rápidamente ir a los 61 centavos como mínimo y de ahí para arriba. Pero lo que yo pienso que estamos viendo es literalmente esto, y va a continuar para abajo. Es lo que tiene cara de iOS. Ahora, estoy mal si rompes esto a la alza, los 50 centavos y te vas para arriba. 50 centavos es donde te dice que no, que esto sí es alcista. Yo no tomaría un trade aquí, me esperaría que se dé de un lado o del otro. Ready, Mr. Farhan.
All right, TTWO.
Take two, right?
I
T2.
think so.
Yeah. Nice.
Titties with otters. That's what it stands for.
There you go.
We're gonna start with the 6 month chart. And 6 month is looking like one of the most beautiful Estados Unidos setups I've ever seen in my life. And we are just about to close over our previous, I believe it's the all-time highs. Yes, indeed. We're about to close over previous all-time highs. We're about to reclaim the 38.2%. It's looking good. We have momentum on the 6 month flipping back up, getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility is at almost extreme lows at 16%. The jewel is now losing its sell signal. Oh my, it just looks good all around. If you were to see the last time the jewel lost its sell signal, we lost it all the way up here. So let's mark after this candle. This candle we lost the sell signal. How much of a move up did we get? we got a 49.9% move to the upside. And notice we lost a sell signal in the critical zone, and we never even went to a buy signal, and we went 49.9% move to the upside. Now we've lost a sell signal significantly below. Before it was in the 85 zone. Now we've lost it in the 60 zone, just below 60. Right below the bullish control zone. Based off of this jewel setup, we should get a more powerful move now than we did then, and that was a 49.9% move to the upside. If you look at also along that, if you look at the last time momentum on the 6 month flipped back up and got out of the bearish control zone, that would be right over here on this candle. Let's put a line right there. Let's see the next example. Not really very many, but like right there. And let's see how much of a move up we had these 2 times. 2 doesn't exactly make a trend, but still data you could use. 75% to the upside. And these numbers are going to be very massive because this is the 6 month chart. And I'll take it until we had the first consolidation and like stagnation, because 6 months is a decent amount of time. 207% to the upside. And now let's look at where we are at the moment. So now we are reclaiming this bottom 38.2%. As long as we close over $205, we will reclaim that bottom 38.2%. Let's look at the last time we reclaimed the bottom 38.2%. Excuse me. That was right over here. How much of a move to the upside do we have after we gained that bottom 38.2%? That was an uninterrupted move of about 164 to 179% to the upside. That goes along with momentum reaching the reset point, and if we can close over the 38.2%, this momentum is going to go beyond the reset point. It's going to go towards the bullish control zone, and then what's going to become a natural magnet for price action is going to be at an absolute minimum this median right here, which is right now at $286.57. But if you look at where volatility is coming from, a lot more likely that it goes higher than the median. Although you probably reject the median the first time around. Let's see if we have any. Yeah, just like here, you rejected the median the first time around. Let's see if we have another example. You can't really see it. You rejected the median right there. Rejected it right there. Despite going higher, you still rejected the median. The first type around of that too, probably a little bit higher to tap $300, because there is a rule that I've learned from Khan, which Khan learned from his mentor, is that whenever you're dealing with assets, it doesn't really matter what asset you're dealing with. Whenever you get close to a very round figure, it almost always ends up reaching that round figure before either pulling back or reversing. So that tells me that $286 area, we likely tap $300. Reject the first time around, and what's going to be a natural support at that point, because this is a stocks trade very by the book, going to be this previous all-time high right over here at $210. So imagine that, a tap to $300, quick move down to 210, maybe a flash below 200 in the 190s. That's probably where it's going to be our next higher low, and then from there I would look for the 38.2%. So right now it's significantly above price action. Right now that's at $443. Based off of our volatility and momentum setup, though, does not sound too crazy at all. That is a move of about 89.6, 89-ish percent. Not even close to the percentage of the type of moves we had the previous times we had momentum flipping back up and out of the bearish control zone on the 6 month. Now let's shift over to quarterly and zoom out a little bit.
Damn.
We got like, it's kind of bastardized, but it still is valid nonetheless. Shoulder right here, head right here, shoulder right here, and we're basically breaking above the neckline. Let's see what the measured move on that would be. We gotta make sure it's straight. We don't do crooked things around here, except for my teeth. Let's be conservative and take it from here. Brings us to about
wait.
$300.
Breaking
Wow.
news.
What?
Breaking news for you. The Trump administration to announce the United States will call the Persian Gulf the Arabian Gulf. So there you go. There's no
I love the
Persian Gulf
trolling that this
anymore.
man
That's a
does.
little offensive for my Irani friends. I'm Irani, not Persian.
Close your ears,
Not
Senor Shiva.
Persian. Huh?
Close your ears, Senor Shiva.
So now we're going with the Arabian Gulf. There you go. So the Gulf of America and now the Arabian one. Excellent.
Yeah, I'm sure Mr. MBS enjoys that very much.
Oh, he does. He's laughing in millions.
The billions of dollars, that's peanuts for you. It is true. Billions of dollars
It
is
is
peanuts
true.
for him.
It is
On the
true.
quarterly, momentum is pointing very strongly to the upside. We're very close to breaking into the bullish control zone. And what's crazy to see is we've had basically an uninterrupted move of, I hate it whenever it's hard to do this, about almost 60% to the upside, and volatility is only at 38%. And we're just now on the verge of a quarterly breakout. We're dancing right around that 38.2%, which is at $230. Whenever we tend to close over that 38.2%, we go at a minimum to the 50% to the 61.8%. And a lot of times we go way higher than that. Like right here, we went to the 97.5%. You can see another example. Took the 38.2% here, went all the way up to the 88.3%. Almost, I believe that's the 95%. Could get a little closer. My eyes are not great. Yep, 95%. I wear glasses for a reason. 95%. Basically, 95% seems to be the target. 95% is going to move. I'm not saying it's going to go to this point, but right now, 95% sits at about $390. Wouldn't it be poetic for this number to go down to $300? I think it would. And I'm curious. Let me just draw a little fib and see if this gives us anything, or I'm not thinking it will, but we'll just draw it just for the hell of it. $368. So maybe it doesn't move. Maybe it actually does go to that area. I don't know. Who knows? Now let's shift down. Right now, monthly is still heavily within the bullish control zone. It is trying to flip down a little bit, but as long as it's above that moving average and as long as it's still in the bullish control zone, you should be looking for higher. It does make sense for it to slightly flip down in this area though, because you are above the 61.8%. But the whole PM is that you've solidly closed above the 61.8% and you're bouncing and holding it strongly. Not only that, but you're also holding the 5 EMA. As long as you're holding, and the 5 EMA is the fastest EMA I use, and as long as you're holding that, the trend is so strongly to the upside. And if you were to see a close over the 61.8%, sure, this would be what do you call it, a hanging man candle. But as long as you're holding this 5 EMA and this wick low, I wouldn't look at it as a hanging man candle. I would just look at it as a pause and consolidation before higher. And at that point, the HPR ranges likely do move up as well. Let's go down to the jewel. The jewel is now giving us a buy signal, flipping back around, maintaining the bullish control zone, and entering into the critical zone. See if there's any divergence on the jewel. Lower low here. Yep, there's hidden bullish divergence on the jewel because we made a lower low on momentum, higher low on price action. Although it's very arguable to say it's played out because we've had basically a, I can't do the math, but that's like a 70% move. I'll just measure it. That's like not even close to 70%. It's like a 58% move. This is why I don't like to do the math. On the 2-week, we're flipping back freshly up to the up on momentum, getting into the bullish control zone. Volatility is supporting it. The jewel is now losing the sell signal, flipping into a neutral, flipping into a buy signal in the critical zone. Pretty bullish to see that. And we have a perfect back test of this 38.2%, and we're once again back over the 5 EMA. As long as we continue to close over this current all-time high, I would be looking for higher, and the target would remain around that $286 to $300 area. Let's go now to the weekly. Let's see if we have had any jewel buy signals in the critical zone before. Rejection, deviation, rejection, right here. Vertical line, buy signal right there, buy signal right there, buy signal right there. I see that Palantir kind of took a shit. I guess people finally figured out that no one knows what the hell they do.
No, I actually think the market might be just rolling over now. all of
I
because
prefer.
now can I tell you why? Because
Mhm.
remember, for all this time when we were down there, everybody was like, like even good old Larry Fink came out and was like, we're in a recession.
Yeah.
Today I started seeing like several news reports from several different people saying, oh, if you ask Goldman Sachs, we're not going to be in a recession, we're not going to be in a recession, as the market's like turning around. That's why I'm like, interesting.
Bearish retest on anyone?
At least
18%. I forgot where I was going with that, but I guess it wasn't important. 20. Oh yeah, yes. What I was saying was I prefer the thesis, the theory that people just realize no one knows what they do.
no one really understands it. That I myself, like, you can look it up and whatever, but they're not going to tell you what they do, because if they did, that would be a breach of national security, right? Because they're US government contracts. So so everybody's like, did Palantir just have another contract with the US government? For what? For how much money do they, like, for what? And there's just no info on that. And again, I'm not against either investing in Palantir. If you can invest in something that's going to keep people being fucking uh like, I'm sorry, in people's safety, then you're going to make a lot of money in the
I
United
I
States.
personally cannot think of a better money laundering operation than something you don't even have to divulge what you sold.
Oh, it's incredible. It's fucking incredible. Yeah,
Sold you a pack of gum and firm handshake for $30 billion.
not bad. And honestly, that's what most of these NGOs and those government contracts are.
Very interesting. If you take that average move of about 30%, it takes you to $296. I feel like
Or
somebody had a
300.
bias of 300. I can't remember who it was though.
I'm going to look for him and then I'll tell you.
I appreciate that. Weekly is also now flipped up on momentum, very close to the bullish control zone, while volatility is still in a contraction phase. And the jewel is now also giving us on the weekly a fresh buy signal. What's going to likely continue this buy signal and flip momentum up is if we get a close over this 38.2%. And that usually takes us every single time to the 61.8%. 61.8% right now is taking us over our all-time highs. That's about $245. Basically, the confirmation that I need for the next breakout is a close. It doesn't really help you that much to say you need to close over all-time highs, but that's what you need to do. 5 days now, very close to flipping down, still technically flipped up. It's rejected the bullish control zone while volatility is contracting. And we're rejecting this top 38.2% as of right now. And we put in kind of a hanging man candle. But as long as we're above this wick low, I wouldn't really look at that as a 10 sentence. I'd rather look at it as more of a stopping consolidation before another try up. And as long as we were projecting this 38.2% at $235, I'd look for a move anywhere between like this 5 EMA at about $223 and this median and 9 at about like 218, $215. Anywhere between this, in my opinion, is going to be a very, very high opportunity zone for a long, and your risk is very good in this area. Because if you were to take it at the median and this wick low, you got about less than 4% to the upside versus you're looking at somewhere around, let's say you're going to be conservative and use the median at $280. That's like
Hmm.
28% in your favor versus less than 4% against you. Based off of the quarterly and the 6 month, I feel like that's a no-brainer along. And the 5 days also giving us a buy signal. My favorite chart we've looked at today. 2 day is now. I even like this one more than Bitcoin. 2 day 2 day is now flipping up as well, freshly, just about to get back over the moving average. And I personally would if we can close like this, I would front run the getting over the moving average because we're getting back into the bullish control zone, which is very significant on its own to get back into the bullish control zone. And volatility is once again it's also getting back into a very close to get back into an expansion phase. And now we look at the jewel. The jewel is breaking out of the bearish control zone. I mean, breaking in. I'm a little high off. My bad. Breaking into the bullish control zone, very close to. I was like, what? Breaking into the bullish control zone, very close to breaking into the critical zone. It doesn't really like to get into the critical zone until unless other than the moves where it's making a like girthy green dildo to basically new all-time highs. Just like over here, every single time it gets into the critical zone, it goes to significantly new highs. Which I guess 300 is not a significantly new high, but it is a good amount higher than where we are right now. Let's go down a little bit lower. Daily, however, is giving a little opposite. What do you call it? Signals where momentum is now flipping down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and is continuing to the reset point. And volatility in the hopium side is contracting along with it. But the jewel is giving us a fresh sell signal, and it's actually not even a fresh signal, sell signal. It's a confirmed sell signal. But I wouldn't look at this as a death sentence. And the reason why I wouldn't is because we have a pink crossing over the yellow. So this is usually one of the setups where the jewel will come back around. It'll give you a nice little pullback, nice retest, maintain the bullish control zone, and then that gives you enough juice. And it also puts in a drive of hidden bullish divergence and then takes you into the critical zone. So based off of this pullback, we are currently bouncing off the 9, not very much of a bounce at $228. I am personally thinking we go a little bit lower, maybe to somewhere around this 9 EMA at around like 225-ish, $220, possibly around 215. That area I do expect to hold, and then I expect at the very least this gap to get filled somewhere around like 235, but I'm thinking higher to around 250s. Now let's go a little bit lower. Momentum on the 4-hour is now fresh, sharply to the upside, very close to breaking into the bullish control zone. Volatility is now freshly expanding just above the moving average. As long as we hold this 38.2% to the upside, which is right now at $228, this is positioned to continue higher, especially since the jewel is now losing the sell signal, flipping into a buy just below the bullish control zone. Excuse me. And as long as we can hold that 38.2%, this is going to flip into a buy signal. And once that does, we'd like to get that gap fill. But once we're testing these areas, I do think we're going to do more than a gap fill and go higher. Now let's switch to the RSI. The relative sexuality index.
By the way, is it too late to run for Pope? And also, do you know the requirements? I just feel like there's a lot of money there on the table. I don't want to miss.
I feel like there's a minimum amount of children you need to touch.
Am I going to have time to touch all those children between now and when they choose?
Hey, if you start now, you got a chance.
All right. Well, I'm going to look into it. The FBI just breaks into my house. Free scumbag! You're not paying us to traffic humans from Mexico to you. Wait, did you say that out loud?
We've been trying to get this motherfucker for the past 10 years. We got him.
CJ Wilson.
That dude is fucking hilarious. On the 6 month right now, notice high, high, higher high, high, lower high, lower high. 3 drives of bearish divergence on the 6 month. But this is very difficult to confirm this bearish divergence because right now you got to close below $135.24. Quite unlikely. What's more likely is that this potential bearish divergence is going to turn into a trap, because if you notice, we have momentum lower than all of these lows, but we have a higher low, giving us also a possible hidden bullish divergence. What my opinion is this bearish divergence is never going to confirm, and we're going to confirm this bullish divergence. And this bullish divergence confirms, you ready for this? With any close over $191.91, which you're heavily above right now. And your minimum target on that divergence confirmation is going to be the simple moving average, which right now is at $353. And your next move based off of this volatility is going to be the critical zone, which this number is going to update, so don't take it too seriously, but it's at $1,259. I feel like that $350 target is a lot more realistic. And if it drops to 300, chef's kiss. Mwah. Quarterly still has active hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing above $177.35. And if you get any type of close over $220.93, your next target is about $300. Wow, very bias fitting. Monthly also has active hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over $188.56. And your next target right now is at critical zone at 445, which likely does update.
Alex, that chocolate looks fire.
It's my favorite one.
Did you take a picture? Is that a picture you took or someone sent you that?
Yeah. No, I took that. Yeah.
So it's real. You went to the store and you saw that bar.
Fine, remember that ice cream we saw?
Which ice cream?
Do you remember the ice cream we saw? I can't even say it on stream. The N-word ice cream?
Oh yeah.
Like, how
I
can you
just
do
saw
any?
that.
If I posted that and said this chocolate is delicious, I wonder what. Like, hang on. I'm gonna post it and see what happens.
Do
Here,
it.
I'll send you the actual thing then.
Please.
They have a very similar whiskey in Japan, which has a name like that.
Do
It's
they
called
really?
yeah, it's called N-word whiskey from the barrel, but they spell it with K's instead of G's.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that, yeah. No, this is way closer. This is
Oh
crazy.
yeah. When I
Just
saw it, I was like,
one letter away, and they use the
It's-
hard R too.
oh, they no, dude, and they spelled it with like hard letters too.
oh yeah. Oh, they know what they're
They
doing.
knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing.
Sorry, go on, sir.
On the weekly, we currently have 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence active. Going to be active as long as you're closing over $211. And your next target right now is into the critical zone, which right now is at about $481. Come on. Nothing there. 3-day also has many drives of hidden bullish divergence. Sheesh, this thing has hidden bullish divergence on every time frame. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing above $211, same number as before. And your next target, if you can get any type of close over $238, is going to be the critical zone, which is going to update. But right now, that price is at $488. Geez, we've seen this high 400 number a lot. Maybe I'm too bearish. 2 days about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. It's going to confirm as long as you close above $225.82. And your next target is the bullish control zone, which right now is not really that much higher. It's sitting at $240. Nothing on the daily. Actually, did we go lower? I gotta zoom in. No, we did not. And 4 hour also has a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over $222. Get a close over about 232. Should get a move into the simple moving average. Not that much higher. It's at about $250. But what this RSI also tells you, though, which this it's not 100% accurate, but it is roughly like 85 to 90% accurate, tells you price is going to continue falling below 230. So if you get a 250, it's going to reverse that. Now let's go to the momentum. CTWO. 6 month is currently freshly flipping to the upside, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as it's above $151.30. And 6 month is now confirmed hidden bullish divergence because we've dropped below all of these lows. The RSI has yet to confirm it, but the stochastic has already confirmed it. Interesting, meaning the RSI is very likely going to confirm it too. And that hidden bullish divergence on 6 month gives us a target of the critical zone, which right now this is the RSI, so wouldn't tell me what number that is. But the fuck you. This likely would help us though. And that was, I believe, that same 300 and that $368. Oh no, it's actually right around $300. Wow, beautiful. Quarterly is also positioned to the upside, going to be pointed up above $164.22, and we have volatility expansion with it. Let's see when we had momentum to the upside from this area with volatility expansion, right over here. And this was several X's to say the least. This was about a 1,159%. And we have a similar setup as we did then, except volatility is expanding from even lower. So maybe $488 is not too crazy. But I'm not saying it's going to go there because I need to cover my own ass. Monthly is now positioned to the upside as well. It's in the critical zone, and it's going to remain up as long as you're above $227, $228 with volatility expansion for many periods of 0%. There goes the you saw those Unidos set up right there. 2-week is also positioned to the upside, going to remain up as long as you're if you close above $232, which we are a little bit below right now. Weekly is also about to freshly flip to the upside, about to regain the critical zone, about to get volatility expansion too, and it will flip up above $213 and let's say 50 cents. 5 days already to the upside, about to re-enter in the critical zone. With literally every time frame is flipped up. With volatility expansion, it's going to be pointed up above $214.50. Come on. 2-day flipped up freshly to the upside, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're above $220.20. Basically, you can just blindly long the dips on this thing and always make money. The daily is the only one that's now freshly flipping down, and it's coming off the back of contracting volatility from extreme lows. This is a double extreme, so you would expect some type of mean reversion from here. And the pivot right now is $237.50. It's actually quite bullish to see that this pivot is not that far off from price action. Come on. And now the 4-hour is freshly turning back up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're above $222, making it a lot more likely that will bleed into the daily and flip the daily back up. So all of the high time frames on this thing are insanely bullish. Like this thing barely gets any type of dips at all and just goes straight up. Right now, 6-month is flipping back up. It's already flipped back up. You're maintaining the bullish control zone. 6-month has put in hidden bullish divergence. Literally every single time frame is flipped up except for the daily, which the 4-hour kind of looks like the daily is going to flip back up because we're only $9 away from the pivot. And not that difficult for the bulls to do. And we have bullish divergences across the board. Momentum is flipped up across the board. Kind of looks to me like we're going to test somewhere around that median at around $300. Probably reject that 286, probably higher to 300. Probably rejects that area on the first tap around. But if you were to take these RSI targets seriously, like they're all giving you targets at somewhere around $450 to $480. I'm not ready to say that yet. I have to see acceptance over $300 yet. But the only thing that I'm willing to say at this point is we're more likely than not to see a test of somewhere around 286 to $300 sometime in the next maybe 3 to 6 months. And the invalidation and all of this is going to be a weekly close below about $188.56. As long as you're holding that area, or if you want to use a closing basis, as long as you're holding the 21 EMA on the weekly, you are very likely going to go upwards to that $300 area, which lose the 21 EMA on the closing basis or lose $188.56, and you're very likely going to dump towards somewhere around this 55 EMA where you still could put in a higher low, just not as likely. That point, I'm going to be thinking you're going to come back down to the 100 at a minimum, which is around $169. Although I don't think this is going to happen based on the higher time frames, the 6-month bullish divergence. I feel like we're gonna continue grinding upwards. Once we get a break off this all-time high, we should get an expansive move to somewhere around 286 to 300, stall out somewhere over there, and then maybe the divergence targets are accurate. Maybe we go to 450. But right now, I'm just looking at 286 to 300.
Well, just real quick before you guys go, because I'm about to send you home, baby. So obviously, United States pattern, consolidation, breakout, right? That's what we're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the target on this shit? To add more confluence to your bullshit, sir. Put it there. $340.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Muy bonita.
Yeah. Anything else you guys want to go over, say, talk about, etc. before you go and enjoy the rest of your Dubai-ish? I'm gonna put you back on screen. So stop jerking off. Okay, good. Okay.
No, nothing specific. Just watch FOMC. Let's watch the press conference. I'll say usually the first move's false. The real move happens after the press conference. Kind of already know what he's going to say, so we'll just see if there's anything unexpected. But markets are just kind of waiting for this to be done. and then we could probably trend tomorrow within the next day. I suspect we probably smoke all the degenerates today, Darth Maul, and then get a trending move within the next day or two.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm looking more basically along with that and adding on the statistics to it, where Thursday is most likely the day to close red, and then Friday is the most likely day to close green. That's probably what's gonna happen. Tomorrow we get that pullback, and then Friday we probably just send it.
I'm not even going to guess it. All I know that he's going to say is there's no change in interest rates, and we're going to continue to do as we are right now. We're going to continue to monitor the situation, and then everyone is going to just do whatever. So here we go. The one thing I'll say, and I just wanted to mention to everyone is we do have a lot of volatility setups all across the board, like on every chart. It's just weird. Let's see if this today will be the trigger. Maybe not. Let's see, because there's another, like, there's supposed to be big news about Trump, and maybe it's not about Trump. There's supposed to be huge news from James O'Keefe. James O'Keefe is the one who exposed the Pfizer people in that
Project
interview.
Veritas?
When they go into the coffee shop with the guy and he tells everyone basically everything that they did at Pfizer, knowing, etc.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. So James O'Keefe, he's a fucking serious dude, and he's saying last week, exactly 7 days ago, he said, in 7 days, I'm going to reveal what's next. And they're probably going to want to kill me. So I'm going to go into hiding right now, just letting you know. And no one has talked about it ever since. And now apparently Trump's announcement has something to do with this.
That's interesting, actually. Yeah, that is interesting.
Just saying, just seeing all those volatility setups on every single chart makes me be iffy. I don't know if it's going to be positive or negative, but I just want to be aware. That's it.
Yeah.
All righty, my boys. Well, you enjoy Dubai and looking like chefs, and completely enjoy yourselves out there.
Thank you, brother.
Hasta
We'll see you guys
luego,
next.
buenas tardes, muchachos.
Thank you, absolutely. Ok, estamos viendo Take Two. Take Two es la empresa que hizo el juego de Grand Theft Auto. Lo tengo en la de 2 semanas. Estamos viendo un patrón familiar. Ahorita regresamos a él, pero quiero ponerlo en vista en la mensual para que tengan una idea de dónde viene Take Two. Take Two literalmente entró a cotizar en el mercado en abril de 1997. Muchos de ustedes todavía no habían ni siquiera nacido y me dan asco por ser tan jóvenes. No envidia, asco, ¿no? Bien por ustedes. Si la envidia fuera tiña, ¿qué les digo? ¿Qué les digo? En este momento, Take-Two está cotizando en $228, con todo y que hayan empujado su lanzamiento del juego de Grand Theft Auto al próximo año. Eso creo que les funcionó para hacer este flush out, pero ahorita lo vamos a analizar un poco más de cerca. Muy interesante lo que está pasando en esta tabla, muy alcista en todas las temporalidades. Ahí básicamente puedes ver que este setup de volatilidad te está dando este movimiento a la alza en la mensual, y eso es literalmente un movimiento de acá. Bueno, hasta el tope llegó a 61%, nada mal, y continúa. Había visto la trimestral Farhan, déjame ver algo. También, la trimestral también tiene un setup de volatilidad durísimo, lo pueden ver acá. Algo están haciendo bien en Take-Two y vean esto, o sea, literalmente está explotando a la alza. Déjame ver la de 6 meses, donde también Momentum está apuntando para arriba en todas las temporalidades. Es una puta bestia esta cosa. No, pero vean, está a punto de expandir. Es más, está expandiendo. O sea, está por encima el azulito que el blanco acá a la derecha lo pueden ver en la pantalla. Está en 26% la volatilidad, el promedio está en 25%. Obviamente hay decimales y todo, pero ¿qué en la de 6 meses? ¿Qué va a pasar con esto? ¿Qué están a punto de hacer? Algo aquí hay, algo caliente aquí hay. Vamos a empezar con la mensual rápido. Lo que les quiero enseñar es esto. No, la de 2 semanas. Porque esto honestamente se ve muy, muy, muy cabrón. Tiene cara que va a haber continuación. Hay divergencias alcistas que nos dice que hay continuación en ello. Y acá algo que les quiero enseñar es esto. Este es un patrón de el famoso cup and handle y breakout, ¿ok? ¿Cómo lo medimos? Ponemos literalmente la parte de arriba de la taza, la medimos con una línea meme hasta el punto más bajo en recto, ¿ok? Así es como lo vamos a sacar. Esto claramente, esta zona de acá arriba, es donde está la parte de arriba de la taza y por encima estamos rompiendo. Ok, rompimos. Hemos roto por encima de esto. El objetivo es literalmente llevado a donde está el breakout y hasta acá arriba. En los $340 sería nuestro objetivo para Take Two. Con eso dicho, déjenme los llevo rápido a la mensual y vamos a analizar esto con el HPDR. Obviamente estamos haciendo altos más altos, bajos más altos. En todos lados se nota. No creo que tengamos que ir paso a paso en esta explicándolo. Tenemos la tabla del arco iris. En nuestro gráfico mensual podemos ver que estamos literalmente llegando a zonas extremas, aunque a Take Two, un segundo, le gusta irse hasta el 97.5%. Entonces, eso nos pone en $300 y cuando está cerca de un número redondo, esto lo estaba diciendo Farhan, cuando está cerca de un número redondo, normalmente lo vas a ir a tocar. O sea, es muy difícil para el precio cuando te acercas a un número así, no venir a tocar estos 300. Es la mensual que nos enseña que estamos un poco por acá arriba, pero de nuevo, en la mensual hemos visto al precio de Take Two en 97%. ¿No? 2 semanas, todavía tenemos bastante camino para poder empujar a la alza. Lo único que no queremos perder es entrar a la zona azul. La zona azul está en los $214 en la de 2 semanas. ¿Por qué? Porque entrando en la zona azul está casi tu promedio del 9 acá y eso te diría que vas a perderlo y vas a ir a los 196. Es un rango posible, es algo que se puede dar este movimiento y aparte, encima de todo, ahorita verán, es más. Semanal también, volatilidad empieza a apuntar para arriba, expandiendo. Estamos por encima de la media, lo pueden ver por acá, y estamos siendo rechazados hasta el momento de la parte alta de la zona azul, pero continúa empujando. Impresionante esta cosa. Siguiente objetivo debería ser, una vez que rompamos los 234 a la alza, debería ser el 61.8%. Ahora, que vengamos a recargarnos en los 214, acá es lo que más sentido tiene para mí en la línea meme. ¿Por qué? Porque como sea, esto es un breakout. Si estás teniendo un breakout, literalmente tienes que venir a retestear donde lo hayas roto a la alza. Y puedes considerar el promedio del 9, pero el promedio del 9 también coincide con nuestra línea meme. Acá. Diaria es un poco de lo mismo, te está rechazando la parte alta de la zona azul. Eso, imagínate que llegas a perder los 227, te va a llevar a los 220. De los 220 a la parte baja, 214 una vez más, el 61.8%, y eso debería de aguantar. Aunque en tu peor escenario puedes ver que tu SMA, EMA 100 te aguantó por acá, que está en el 88.3%, en los $202. El peor escenario sería simplemente venir a retestear esta zona acá. Y déjenme quito esto para que puedan ver el por qué. Esta es tu zona oficial del breakout, ¿ok? Ya la veniste a retestear en realidad. Este fue el retesteo y ahora estás explotando a la alza. De aguantar los 226 y no perderlos, olvídate venir a retestear los 214. Pero de perder los 214, muy probablemente vayas a tener una vuelta por acá. Y ahora, ¿esto rompería algo del patrón alcista en el que estás? En realidad no, aunque va a estar difícil poder llegar abajo de esta zona en los 192 por todo este soporte y aparte lo que funcionó y catapultó el precio a la alza. Personalmente, yo esperaría un retroceso al promedio del 9 o 21 para empezar a acumular, para agregar a mi posición y simplemente me salgo del trade creyendo que es alcista una vez que se lleve los 188 a la baja. Si te llevas los 188 porque el S&P 200 va a llegar acá y pierdes el S&P 200 y aparte esto, olvídalo y estamos mal. Pero por ahora esto tiene cara que se viera a los 350, $400 por alguna razón que no entiendo todavía, honestamente. Buena gráfica y además un buen hombro, cabeza, hombro con la explosión a la alza y aparte este movimiento tiene cara que fue esto. Así que ahí lo tienen, va a necesitar un poco de consolidación para dar continuación, pero güey, una tabla tan alcista en que en la de 6 meses, en la trimestral, con todos con setups de volatilidad, con momentum apuntando para arriba, va con todo. Ok, me estoy recuperando ya de que mi evento de casi muerte por haberme estirado estando tan viejo. Güey, me estaba estirando ahorita y no crean que algo loquísimo, solamente las piernas y así. Algo me pasó que me mandó al traste, pero ya estamos de vuelta con todo. Voy a darme una vuelta, voy a darle comer a mi ardilla, y no me refiero a mi nepes, tengo una ardilla de verdad. Y vámonos, los veo nadie me preguntó en un rato. Gracias a todos por acompañarme el día de hoy en el Casino del Tío Salo. Ya saben lo que necesiten, están aquí abajo en la descripción del video. Si quieren aprender a tradear futuros, ahí lo tienen, es gratis. Si quieren entrar a nuestro Discord, es gratis. Lo que necesiten, ahí está. Y también tenemos el sitio para cualquier cosa en la que se quieran apoyar. Nunca les vamos a escribir, nunca les vamos a decir que vamos a manejar su dinero, nunca te vamos a pedir que nos mandes dinero. Ninguno de nosotros, te lo prometo. Y si alguien lo está haciendo, te quieren robar. Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho. Y gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Un abrazo.